Podcast.
All right, welcome in to the live draft stream, the fourth year in a row. We are doing this at your guy, Pat Lane, as always here with my guy, Matt St. Jean. Today, this long live draft show is going to be brought to you by Prize Picks, of course. This is the official daily fantasy sports app of CLNS Media. Download the app and put in the promo code CLNS, and they will match your first deposit up to $100. Matt, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? How you feeling?
I've been so stressed all day long, and I'm finally calm. I'm just ready to go. We got actual draft coverage on from the draft. We're doing the show. The time is here. I'm done with dinner. The show is here. I'm just ready to get some answers. We're so close, Pat. We're so close.
Although I will say, think we're a little bit. Hold on, we're disjointed here because
we got to be wrong.
The mojo was all thrown off there. Yeah. So yes, we're good to go. I'm so ready. I'm so excited. It's just this is. I was telling someone earlier, this is my Christmas. This is it. I'm so excited for this. This is I've been looking forward to it, for months. Of course, we've done a million mock drafts. We've done mock draft Mondays and Thursday nights and had a bunch of guests on and done all this. And it's everything's over. And it's we don't have to worry about what's going to happen, who's going to go what happen, blah, 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 the whole thing, man. And so finally, it's going to be over. And then we get to discuss whether it was a good pick or not and who they drafted and what, and then we can talk about that for 3 months. And then the team will actually play.
Well, I think what's interesting about this is, we come into this thinking there's going to be one pick tonight for New England as the expectation, with the possibility, maybe they trade back in it to, we got Gerard Mayo within the last hour hyping up the idea of them having 2 picks because they're moving up from 34. So,
right.
We're coming into this. I think we came into the last couple of weeks having a good feeling about what's going to happen at 3.
Yeah.
And I think we know what's going to happen at 3 now, barring something real crazy. So in some ways, 3 is going to be cool, but 3 feels like we already know and we're just waiting for the certainty. But that's where the rest of this gets interesting. Who goes way earlier? Who drops to the Patriots, make a move up for somebody? Yeah. In some ways, that's what I'm really looking forward to here. And also, who messes it up? That's the other part of the draft. Who does something really, really stupid that they just should not be doing?
Right. Yeah.
And why is it the Raiders again?
It probably will be the Raiders, if we're being honest. It's a new regime over there, but it's the same old Raiders. I mean, come on. They're going to do something stupid. Also, James asked
Austin Gale on that one.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. James asked, will we get to see Disconsole with Pat tonight when the pick is made? Let's hope not. But as long as it's Drake May, you will not. If it's JJ McCarthy, you will, right? But I'm pretty confident that Drake May is going to be the pick at 3. We'll see.
Yeah.
So, by the way, are you keeping track of the people that are commenting? We got to keep track of the people that are commenting because they're getting entered into a hat drawing. So just a reminder, everyone, for the people that are listening right now that maybe hadn't tuned in earlier, got 100 people out there, over 100 people out there watching right now. Draft hat, the Patriots official draft hat, okay, with the Forever New England on the side. Come on, how dope is that? We're gonna raffle this off later on in the day. All you have to do is be subscribed to the channel and comment on it at some point, and then what we will do is we will just choose someone at random. We'll pull up the random name generator or whatever, and hit the wheel and spin it, and bang. And whoever wins wins. Last year, I forget who it was. Last year, I can't remember exactly who it was, but I know it was someone in England that won. And so I had to ship it out to England. It was $17 to ship. I'm like, I didn't sign up for this. But it was Gary. That's who it was. It was Gary. Gary Sourbuts.
Yeah.
I've got. That's what he said. He's going to start collecting. Start collecting the hats.
And we've got what do you call? So I've got Jim, got DJ, got Charlie, I've got Gary, and I have James all as commenters so far in this. So at least 5. You got, as of right now, you have a 20% chance, all of you, of winning a hat.
So if you're in the chat and you haven't commented, make sure you're commenting on there just so we can get your name in there. We appreciate it. But appreciate you guys coming on and coming through. And we are very. James says, please pick me. It's going to be another $17. He must be across the pond as well. Listen, I don't care, man. I love you guys. I'll spend $25 if that's what it takes. I don't care.
One of my favorite things about doing this show, Pat, is how many international fans we have. Obviously, we got all the British fans who like to tune in here, but our last mock draft Monday, we got a mock from Turkey.
Yep, so great. I love it. It's so great for me. It's so great.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Dark blue gold. That's right. I forgot about that. Yep,
with your alias there.
That's right. I always forget that. So yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah.
And again, this is the most exciting thing. The crowd shots, someone just commented about that. The crowd shots from Detroit are insane. It is nuts there. Nuts. It's unbelievable.
This is their event. For how long have the Lions been like, the draft is where we're going to get saved kind of team?
Yeah.
So they're familiar with it, but now it's, you know what take I did here the other day, which I thought was really funny, is that the Lions are kind of due for a bad draft in here, just in part because the GM has gotten so cocky about his drafting strategy that at some point you're just gonna, even if you do your job well, you're gonna end up with a bad result somewhere.
Right.
Very, very curious. Now, you want to know if we want to go off the rails here right off the bat to talk about stuff.
Love it. Let's do it.
I was workshopping this idea in my head, Pat, earlier today. Well, let's see what you think about this. So we heard that the Lions have not extended Jared Goff. There was a rumor that they were working on it. Adam Schefter said, they're not working on it right now.
Yep.
Or nothing agreed to. I think I know somebody who plays the quarterback position that Dan Campbell would really like. A man in the state, a man who's a certified football dude. I also know a team that is probably on the outside looking in when it comes to trading up for a quarterback that I could see absolutely taking on a certain Mr. Goff. So imagine some kind of 3-team trade that involves the Lions trading up to go get JJ McCarthy and then shipping Jared Goff to Denver. What do we think of that idea?
That's complete insanity. That's like the draft hasn't even started, and you're just throwing out insane takes. I love it.
It's not. This is the time for it, right? This is where lunacy has reached full peak. But I love the idea of it because it's like JJ McCarthy to the Lions feels like a good fit, fan-wise, personality-wise. Do we have news?
We sure do. You can cross AJ Brown off the list. AJ Brown just signed a 3-year. Wait for it. $96 million deal. $84 million guaranteed. $84 million guaranteed. That's complete insanity. I mean, I love it. I love AJ Brown. $32 million a year is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. By the way, did you get Tim Fitzgerald and Jason Torres over there?
Just got him, and we got
love
Justin Calcagni.
Oh yes,
I don't know how to say that, but yes,
love it.
Yeah. So we got another one.
Very nice.
I like that for the Eagles.
It makes sense. It makes sense. You can't trade that guy. You have to hold on to him. You're right in the running for it. The money is stupid right now. Stupid money. They're just passing money out. And the salary cap has gone up so much. It doesn't make a difference. Like, if you got to keep the guy, you got to keep the guy. Pay him $30 million a year. Who cares? That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to my insane trade in a second. I don't know if you saw Burned tweeted this. Shout out Burned, editor at Pat's Pulpit and legend. The Pat McAfee draft show with Bill Belichick on it lists the Patriots draft needs as number 1 quarterback, Number 2, offensive tackle. Can you guess what number 3 is?
Safety.
Close. Cornerback.
Corner.
So wide receiver, not on Bill Belichick's draft list for New England right now.
Is that surprising? That's not surprising at all to me. Oh, looks like we have our first guest on the show. Pull him up. Murf, what's up, brother?
How you doing, Murf?
I'm great.
How we doing?
I'm great. We're finally here. The waiting is over. Everybody's nestled snug in their beds with visions of quarterbacks dancing in their heads. It's draft day.
Thank God.
Day, man.
Thank
my God. This has been exhausting, guys. This has truly been exhausting. And I don't know if the three of us or anybody out there has had to do less work and been this tired leading up to a draft. Do you?
It's just constant anxiety for the last 3 months.
Yeah. Yep. It's been
exactly. Look at all this gray hair. This is all due. This is all due to this draft.
All due to it. You were totally fully black, jet black hair before this.
The beard went, the hair went, and it's all gone. So everything that I'm hearing is the Pats are sticking. Nobody came up and offered the bag or a bag large enough to move them off the third spot. Now the question is, will Drake May be there? Do you guys think that Drake is going to be there at 3, and will the Patriots take him, or will he be gone to the Commanders, and then they've got some work to do?
This would be the smokescreen of all time if Washington this entire time has wanted May and has just been doing this, which wouldn't shock me.
No,
but you know what? I don't know. I get people like Daniels, so I'm not super shocked. I think they're taking Daniels. I think this is way too late in the process to have it still be a complete smokescreen that this is the guy they want.
I agree. But it's always sitting there and dancing around in my head that, that's exactly what they were doing, and they didn't want anybody to know. And they end up taking Daniels, and I mean they end up taking May and leave us with Daniels. Do you think the Pats still go quarterback in that situation, and would you like it?
So I do think that the Patriots are going quarterback no matter what. I think that the Patriots are locked into the quarterback position. I think that there's a lot of people in the building that like Jayden Daniels quite a bit. I think overall, the overall consensus is that they like Drake May better. And I know DJ hates Drake May. And there's multiple people in the chat that hate Drake May and that are listeners, about every week and don't like Drake May. And I get it. And that's okay. And Drake May is not a perfect not a perfect player for sure by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
But, I look at Drake May and I just think the ceiling of him is so high and it's a risk. It's absolutely a risk. But, I think you have to go for it. The thing about Jayden Daniels is that his ceiling, as far as the rushing ability, is incredible. And so that part of it gives you something that you don't get with any other quarterback outside of him, right? And that's and you're betting that he'll be a Lamar type player, just like you're betting that, Drake May will be a Josh Allen type player, right? And, so that's one of those things where I look at it and just say, hey, man, like, I think they're going quarterback no matter what. Is the feeling that I get. I might be wrong about that, but that's the feeling I get.
Daniels terrifies me because I think in theory a guy like that is an incredibly high floor player. He's experienced and he's a great runner. So like on paper, even if your offense is awful, he's going to get you a couple extra first downs a game just with his leg. He's going to help keep you afloat, all that kinds of stuff. My concern is that with his style of play and body type, the floor is going to drop out because he's going to be on injured reserve. He's going to be missing games. And not only is that going to impact the team, that's also going to impact his development. He needs work as a processor. I think every one of these quarterbacks needs work as a processor. Hard to get that work when you're not getting live reps against NFL defenses in games. You know, if he misses 8 games his first year because he's banged up, well, now he's 8 games behind where you'd like him to be in his development. And you add in the fact that he seems to be a bit of a late bloomer to a degree, and it's like, all right, we're betting on improvement here for something when it hasn't already happened, despite a lot of play, and he's an injury risk. He's a great talent. I love what he's done. He's incredibly fun to watch. I'm not going to take him over a guy like Drake May.
However, as someone pointed out, I don't believe he ever missed a game in college from injury. So
he played banged up this past season.
And I know that, but he still played. And I think that's kind of the argument. By the way, my buddy just posted guilty as charged, by the way. Everyone farts in their sleep, do they not? Like, come on. Let's get serious. I mean, that's just, I would hope, at least.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Hey, but before, what do you call it? Before we get off track, should I fill in Murf on my absolute insane idea I had?
You do it. Yes. Go ahead.
I want to run this by him because I want to see what he thinks. Because the other part I forgot to mention is that the Lions today, you sign your tackle, you sign your wide receivers this yesterday. Big money for Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penix. Mm-hmm. Reportedly, they're not working on that extension with Jared Goff right now. We don't know what's going on with Jared Goff right now. Maybe they're not sold on him as a franchise quarterback. But there is somebody in this draft who is definitely a football guy, a tough player, plays in the state of Michigan, who can play quarterback for you. And I look at it, I'm like, would the Lions ever consider moving on from Jared Goff and making some kind of big splash move for J.J. McCarthy if he drops down the board? And then the other part of this would be, would you then trade away Jared Goff to a place like Denver, a team that might not be able to get up to take one of the quarterbacks in this draft? And do you trade Goff, see if you can get a first rounder back, swing that, and move up and make a swing for McCarthy? I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to do it, but I like the way the pieces fit.
Brass. That would be a brass balls kind of move. Honestly, with the success that they had last year, I think running it back would be fantastic. But I think it would definitely set the state of Michigan on fire. They would love it.
Oh, yeah.
The folks in Michigan would absolutely love it. And they'd be behind it. And honestly, when will Detroit ever have this kind of leverage with the fan base again after everything that they've gone through? To make a move like this, I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be fun. Well, and I think DJ says in the chat, it's a risk because if you mess it up, you're fired. The flip side is that if you give Goff big money extension and he's good, but just good as he's been,
he's Goff.
You probably don't end up making the Super Bowl like you want to. Or I think the worst case is because you give him that money, it impacts your ability to sign other players going forward or to retain the guys that you already have. So depending on their view internally of him, this is an opportunity to move on if you want to try to get on the rookie wage scale with a quarterback. Which also, like, if Bo Nix is on the board when the Lions pick in like the second round, I think it's also intriguing for that reason because Goff is on the last year of his deal.
That's it. That's a great point. What do you guys think of? Sorry to come on and be a guest and be asking the questions.
Come on now.
What do you guys think of the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract, and is it going to affect movement of wide receivers going forward?
Yeah. Did you see
in this draft?
Did you see the A.J. Brown deal that had just happened today?
No, I didn't.
A.J. Brown
as we started the show
literally happened after we started. 3 years, $96 million with $84 million guaranteed.
Damn.
Just beat out Amon-Ra.
Right, and that's the type of thing that we're looking at. Is that's what the Amon-Ra St. Brown contract did, and now A.J. Brown went above it. And then Brandon Ayuk, and I don't know if Ayuk's going to get above it, but Brandon Ayuk's going to get a ton of money.
Right.
And Deebo Samuel's going to – all these guys, these number one wide receivers are going to get a ton of money.
Right.
Because that stage was set by Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? And I think that's the part for me that I look at and say, like, hey, man, this is – it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. But again –
what's T. Higgins going to ask for?
Well, and that's the thing.
That's
T. Higgins,
the thing.
T. Higgins should not get more than AJ Brown. He should not get more than AJ Brown. He should not get as much as Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's not the type of player that those guys are. Very good player.
Yep.
But he's not the type of player that those guys are. And so that's for me. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's gonna facilitate moves or hinder them, for lack of a better word, going forward, because these guys are making such big dollars, and this is one of the reasons I'm huge on the fact that the Patriots should go offensive tackle early. Yeah. You guys have known my my plan, my evil plan from the beginning, is the fact that these wide receivers don't move and offensive tackles don't move. They end up getting franchised. They end up staying. How many frontline left tackles moved this last off season?
Right.
They weren't there.
The last tackle I can think of that got traded was Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah,
deal. Like a big name tackle. Like, it just doesn't happen.
No, it just doesn't happen. They are so important. It is so important to build that line and keep it together. Not just build it, but keep it together, because you saw last year and the year before, when you have so many moving pieces, the line needs to be that cohesive unit, and that doesn't happen in a training camp.
Right.
When you can't hit and you can't line up, and it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Speaking as an old fat center.
No, and it's a good point, because you need to build the line, and that's in some ways the toughest part about taking Drake May, is knowing that you're passing on elite receivers, you're passing on elite tackle prospects. And
Alt's going to Canton, guys. He's going to Canton. I'm telling
really
you right
good
now.
Well, especially if he ends up in Tennessee, where he's going to get Bill Callahan as his coach.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the other thing, is that, like, you can't. There's a lot of holes in the boat right now, and you only have so many plugs for them. So some of these holes are going to get a strip of duct tape over them, and you're going to try to plug it next offseason. And I think if you like a quarterback, that's the hardest hole to plug. You take it and you figure out the line later. It's not something you like to say, but I like some of the tackles who could be around at 34. I like some of the developmental guys who could be around at 68. So if you're taking Drake May, I think you're putting a lot of faith in Scott Peters to develop whoever it is that you bring in and to make it work. Because you don't need a top 10 offensive line this year or anything. You want to get to top 20. Give yourselves a fighting chance, play with cohesion, see some improvement from any of the young players, and know that you have a solid foundation. Like, if you can come out of this year and you still feel good about on winning at right tackle, and one of these guards you feel good about as a starter, and you find a bridge option at left tackle who can get you through this season and hopefully be a swing tackle for you next year and have somebody better, I think I can live with that.
I can see even 10 offensive tackles going in the first 40 picks.
Yeah.
Maybe in the first round alone. That's how important it is. Bill made a living drafting offensive linemen early in the second, early in the third rounds, and those guys just don't fall anymore. They just don't. That's why we saw him reach and take Dr. Strange where he did. Because one, he fit the game plan that Bill wanted to implement. He ran it the entire time in college. And two, those guys just aren't there in 3 or 4.
Well, and so, and that's, but at the same time, you do have guys that fall through the cracks, right?
Yep.
DeJuan Jones is a guy that fell through the cracks and started for Cleveland, right? And everyone was and so there are things about guys that you're like, hey, if that guy's got a few warts, or if that guy isn't liked by enough guys, or you can still find those guys. And one of my favorite, sleepers at the very, very end of the draft is Aneem Dankwa. And it's because he's, 6'8", 350 pounds, right? Like, he's a monster. He went to Howard. He's very unpolished, but like he's huge and he has decent movement skills. And if you can get a guy like that and coach him up, there's a chance that you can develop him into someone, right? And so it's those type of guys that you're gonna have to go out and find. All right, we got our second guest of the show here. We got to pull Brianna up here. Brianna Perry is up here. What's up, Brianna? How's it going?
Hi guys. Hold on, let's see if this connects. My Wi-Fi, like, I don't know.
Why, you can't hear us?
See, can you see me? What's going on?
Oh yeah,
I can see you.
We got you.
Yep.
I got nothing. What the heck?
Well, it's
there we go. Hi.
You can't see
Hi,
us anyway.
everybody.
There you go. All right.
Hey, we got the band.
What's up, you guys?
Together.
I know.
We're all just sitting here commiserating over this pick, and happy that we don't have to wait till 11:30 for the Patriots to make their first pick. We hope, knock on wood.
But we may have a second pick at around 11:30.
Well, so
okay,
I was gonna.
I saw that. What's the deal? What did he say?
Yeah, so Mayo came out and said his message to the crowd was, "We're going to get a good player at 3," which should have said great player, but whatever. I'm not going to judge him on that.
No.
We're going to get a great player at 3, and look, it's going to be early, but we could always get back into the first round too. So stick around. Whew. That's pretty. And I've kind of felt this way all along, right? Like, and I keep bringing it up, but like Matt and I did a live mock with Austin Gale from The Ringer, and we got to 34, and we were like, we didn't love anyone on the board. We could have maybe traded back. We could have gone, but we're looking at it like we didn't love anyone there at 34. We ended up taking Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then by 68, everything was gone, right? And so it almost makes sense if they have the weaponry to do it, right? Even if it takes a future pick, you're at 34. If you can move up, right? Move up into the mid-20s and take a wide receiver or take a tackle. There's probably going to be 7 or 8 tackles that go in the first round. Yep. And if you can get one of those guys, then you're talking about, okay, that changes the face of the franchise. To me, tackle is more important than wide receiver. My only thing is that I think all the tackles might be gone by 15. And so you might have to go wide receiver if that's the case.
That's true. I agree with that. But I think, in the mid-20s, Mims might still be there. Yep. I would definitely take a flyer on Mims if I'm able to move up into the 20s.
Right.
And there's some other guys there. Graham Barton out of the kid out of Duke. He's a nice
guard
size.
Though. I really think he's a guard moving a tackle.
He's tough for New England because I think he'll be a really good offensive lineman. He might just play a position where we already feel like we have invested.
Yeah. And but somebody that might still be there on day 2 is somebody like a Tyler Guyton or the kid from Yale. Do not ask me to pronounce his name, folks. Don't do it.
Karan Amagaji. Yeah. I spent a while on that one.
Yeah, and but no, it has to be addressed, and your hand is almost forced from the lack of work that they did during free agency to just bring in somebody to just get that depth going in the organization on the offensive line, because it's just been so porous over the past 2-3 years.
Yeah.
It's been unreal. And I think Bill did a pretty good job of taking care of the interior last year. I don't know why he didn't go after a tackle when they were there. But no, it's the 3 needs that the Patriots have right now are just so glaring that somebody's going to be disappointed at every pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Bree, are you on the Drake May bandwagon, or are you thinking something different? There I go again. I'm sorry, guys.
No, we love it, Murf.
Murf, keep asking questions, brother.
Okay.
I'm honestly at this point, like, I'm team no trade back. First, let's get that clear. I don't think you're in the position to trade back. I think you have the 3rd pick. When's the next time you're going to get a pick this valuable in a top 10, top 15 as stacked as this? Moving back and taking JJ McCarthy just sounds like the absolute worst nightmare ever for me.
I will. I'll riot if they take McCarthy.
I can't. I personally
threw 8 passes against Penn State.
Right.
Okay,
okay.
He had
a Michigan for a second.
No, let me
Michigan
finish.
hat.
All right.
Go ahead,
man. Look, man, I'm as big a Michigan guy as anybody out there. Maybe not as much as Matt. But after you had the Irish shoved down your throat as much as I did the first 10 years of my life, I found Michigan. And now this kid threw against stacked boxes that were ready and able to stop the run all year long. Everybody knew what they were going to do. And Harbaugh still didn't let him throw the ball. All right. That's my problem there. My problem with Drake is the fact that he was practically running the wing T down there in Carolina. It was one step above Pop Warner. Okay. It was one step above high school ball. That's what has me scared with him. But in your perfect world, Bree, who's the man that you want? Is it Drake or is it somebody else?
Up until I fell for the Drake May propaganda that everyone has been pushing, especially the last couple of days, I've been on the Jayden Daniels train. I just think, and it's not even like I expect him to start right away. It would be, in a perfect world, that would be great. But I think he could benefit from sitting a year.
I think they both could.
Just developing like that. And I think if both of them are going to do that, the person with the more upside for the NFL game, whose game like translates to the NFL better, would be Daniels to me. But I've seen all of the Drake May stuff, and I'm not against it per se, but I'm not like gung-ho about it, I guess is the best way to put that. But like if that's who the pick is, I'm not gonna be upset with it. It's kind of indifference, I guess.
Yeah, I want to jump in here real quick because we got two Bill Belichick nuggets since he's doing his show right now. One, he has Xavier Legette very, very high on his board. He has a 28th overall, which to me is high for Legette.
Bill, shut up with your tall receivers, okay? Stop it. Stop it.
His Coleman's at 40. He has Nix and Penix back to back. I think it's 36 and 37. He also apparently, this is from Andrew Marchand, quote, Belichick just crushed Drake May, focusing on his footwork, which I think is interesting. We'd heard before that apparently he loves Daniels.
He does love Daniels. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not as pessimistic about Drake May starting week 1 as others, just because, like Murf said, I think that UNC offense was so poorly coached and so poorly ran with awful players around him that, like, even with the bad stuff in New England, it still might be a better operation for him to be in, even though it's going to be harder competition.
Yep.
And he showed that he could be mentally tough in that environment anyway. So, like, sit him if he needs to be sat, but I won't be surprised if he comes to New England and wins a camp battle for quarterback, and they say, he's going to go through rough patches, but we're going to start him week 1 because he's just better working through it on the field than doing it from the bench. I don't think he's an automatic sit for 8 weeks, sit for 12 weeks, sit for a whole first year kind of guy.
So a few things. First of all, Dark Blue Gold mentions that Jared Goff is on stage. So if your theory, oh my God, if your theory was true, holy crap. And Brendan asked if I've run the conditioning test yet. I have not run the conditioning test yet. I am still in training. I will try. I'm going to desperately try to not die. I don't know if I'm going to pass it, but I'm just going to try not to die. And there was someone talking, and I can't remember what coach it was, and I'm trying to remember the quarterback's coach, and I can't remember who it was. But what he was saying is that the easiest thing to fix about a quarterback is his lower half.
Yep.
That's the easiest thing to fix. So if you're worried about Drake May's footwork and you're worried about the way he moves his feet, you can fix that. That's fixable.
Yep.
Right. And again, it's not ideal, right? He's not going number 1 overall. He probably isn't going to start day 1, right? He's going to need some time. And, then the argument is, I've seen this argument all over the place that, like, well, if you draft him at number 3, you can't sit him. Well, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL, and it's not close. And the Chiefs traded a first-round pick to go up and get him.
Yep.
And he sat the entire first year. He played one game.
Dan Marino sat for half of his first year.
Like, come on.
You know, I don't have a problem.
Jared
has
to. If he was the number one overall pick and he sat for 2/3 of his first season?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. I'll be the old man and invoke Marino.
Hey, you're right though. I mean, he was like the 6th quarterback taken that draft, but still, you know, he turned out.
But he was only
good.
the 6th. He was only the 6th. That wouldn't happen now because he dropped down the board because everybody said he smoked weed.
Yeah,
that's why he dropped down the board. Bree, I've got to ask you, to stay in the family, honey. What does your dad think? What does the quarterback coach think?
I'll be completely honest. I haven't asked him because I am afraid to get him on a tangent about this.
Yeah, I got you. Bree, for those of you who don't know, Brianna Pierre was raised by one of the greatest quarterback coaches that I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, and that's her father, Michael. And this man hits.
His head is inflating right now if he's listening to it.
Every single he's Mike is very humble, and he's a fantastic guy and a great coach, and he does year after year. I mean, there was 4 years ago that the only people that were down on Zach Wilson were me and Mike. Okay, we both said it that he didn't have it.
Excuse me.
His biggest thing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Pat didn't like him either. Yeah.
His biggest thing that year was that they could barely beat Coastal Carolina, and that once he watched that game, he was out. He was completely out.
He was bad in that game too.
Yeah.
Well, and it's not. I believe my direct quote from that night was, "I don't know anything about this draft except for the fact that Zach Wilson will 100% be a bust." Yeah. I hated him from day one. And I can't. I mean, typical Jets, just an absolutely terrible. And like, it's the same situation. And look, guys, you can certainly miss on quarterbacks, and you feel like you're going to hit. Like Justin Fields is a good example where like you feel like that was going to hit. Trey Lance was a questionable pick in my opinion. The Mac Jones pick made a ton of sense, and it just didn't work out.
I never liked
Daniel Jones, right? Daniel Jones went number 5. Everyone said, "What are they doing, Jeff?" And Daniel Jones number 5. And like he's put together some things. He's mediocre, but he's certainly not great. And I think that, I am concerned that JJ McCarthy is going to end up in that spot where we've talked about it saying, here's JJ McCarthy, right? Like no one thought he should get drafted in the top 5. He was a 2nd-round draft pick. He was a 3rd-round draft pick. He was a 5th-round draft pick. And he slowly worked his way up, never throwing the ball. And now here we are in this. And look, the intangibles, the off-field, like that stuff is great. But what can he do on the field? Is he really that guy on the field once it comes down to it? And that's honestly one of the things I'm most concerned about it with JJ McCarthy, because it's like, I just don't know. And again, everyone was like, this is a mistake. Don't do it. If the Patriots take him at 3, I could easily see him being a bust.
For him, JJ McCarthy to Minnesota at pick 11, I think would make a lot of sense for all parties involved. I think it's a landing spot that works. Yep. Expectations are low enough because it's not in the first round. There's not first round, not in the top 10. You're not making a big trade up to go get him. Like I think that makes sense. If the Giants take him, especially if the Giants move up from like 6 to 4 or 5 to beat out Minnesota to take him, like that's awful. I think he's a guy. He's a guy who can become a very good quarterback. I think.
Yep.
I compared him. I think if he maxes out his abilities, I compare him to a guy like a Dak Prescott. I think that's probably how he would win in the NFL. That could be a very good quarterback, worthy of a top 10 pick. That's not going to happen in New York with what they have there, where they're still in transition as a franchise with what they want to do. So he needs to go somewhere where they have a plan for him. Otherwise, that's going to have no shot.
Right. I totally agree with that. The only thing that gives me less of a break job on JJ is the fact that Thor Nystrom loves him.
True.
My man
That's
Thor
a good point,
loves him. And Thor has one of the best eyes out there when it comes to, scouting the entire draft. You guys go follow him at Thor Nystrom. So that gives me some hope. If something crazy does happen and there is a trade down and they end up taking JJ McCarthy at 11, they get the first two, the two number ones, and they end up going with JJ. That gives me a little bit of hope.
Yeah. And I do agree with that. I will say Thor Nystrom also had Malik Willis as his number 2 overall player in the draft a few years back. So, but I absolutely love, Thor, but he has been known to miss on some, as we all have, right? As we all have. So,
if you could bat 1,000 on your quarterback evaluations,
right,
you're going to get a job making, 6-7 figures in an NFL front office somewhere very quickly. And that's, back to May. I like May a lot. I think he's worthy of the 3rd pick. I am not certain he's going to be a franchise quarterback. It's probably a 50-50 proposition. The thing is that if you get a 50-50 on a proposition on somebody who could be as good as Josh Allen, you kind of have to take it. You can't pass that up, because if it hits, then you're set for the next 15 years and you're golden.
Yeah. Yep. The pick is in. Do we have to wait? Should we just announce it?
No.
I mean, what has taken so long?
I have no idea.
I'm assuming they just sit around in case somebody calls with something ridiculous. By the way, I didn't see it confirmed, but somebody in the chat was saying, by the way, the Patriots called and inquired about Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
I saw that too.
Tom Curran reported that. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's
that would have been great. Would have loved that.
By the way, shout out to the people out there watching. We just passed 1,000 live viewers. Pretty sweet. So thank you for coming through and watching. We appreciate it.
Pat, are we doing the pick here?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, what the hell, right? I mean, we really have to wait for them to announce it on Twitter or whatever.
Oh, and before we even announce it, for people in the chat, we are going to be spoiling picks. We're going to announce them 100%. As soon as we get them.
Right.
As soon as it comes up on Twitter, we're doing it.
Yeah.
As soon as it comes up. All right, here we go. With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback USC. Shocking. No one saw it coming.
Oh, my God.
Okay, Murf, let me hear your opinion on Caleb Williams, because people have gone back and forth on Caleb Williams. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of debate. How do you feel about what's your personal take on Caleb Williams?
I love him. I think he's the best player in this draft. I think that the Bears have finally figured out their problems at quarterback. The only thing that gives me hesitation, like so many other people, is his head.
Yeah.
Is he going to be able to deal with losing on this stage and not end up in mom's arms, not end up curled up in a fetal position at home with his dog watching old movies. And it's other people have said it, and that's it. But you can't deny the talent. You can't. If he was there, I would completely throw any questions that I had out the window and scoop him up.
Yeah. I think my favorite fact about Caleb Williams is that the dude just seems like an absolute sicko for football. Like when you hear him talk about the sport, like I was reading a while ago, there's an interview he did with like GQ talking about football. And it was like, in some ways, the dude almost doesn't care about winning. He just does not want to lose. Like he'll do anything in his power to make sure he never loses.
And I love that. It's the Shoresy quote. Do these kids don't like to win? And it's no, they don't hate to lose. And I'll take that. That don't hate to lose. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that kid that can't stand losing time and time again. They
love his outfit tonight, by the way.
What's that?
Great suit that he's wearing tonight. I like it.
Oh, all right.
And I think I want that guy that wants to win. I really want that guy that wants to win. So, and if that means that he gets overwhelmed at times, and if that means he takes it to heart too much sometimes, then you live with that. And I'm okay with that. I got absolutely no problem with that. give me that guy that really, really loves it and wants to win and dies out there for his guys.
Yep.
And, over someone that, like Jay Cutler, who's like, hey, we did our best, but whatever. I mean, I'm still getting paid $20 million a year. Who cares? You know what I mean? Like I want that guy on my team.
That's it. I agree. I mean, I've got one rule. You guys know me. I've been coaching for most of my life, not football, but baseball. And, with me though, I have one of my many rules is you have 3 seconds for a pity party and then put it away and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and not only that, but here's the thing with Caleb.
Yeah. DJ, good call there in the chat room. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. He said he has every physical tool, right? Mahomes has. Has a player drafted number 1 overall ever been in a better situation? Like,
no. Has
a quarterback ever been that good? I don't know if a quarterback has ever been in that good of a situation before, because he's walking in with a good offensive line, not a great offensive line, but a good offensive line,
solid,
a really good wide receiving core, right? They have DJ Moore. They traded for Keenan Allen. They have another top 10 pick. They have a decent wide receiver.
Forgetting the Keenan Allen aspect of this.
Yeah. And they have a decent defense, and they picked up DeAndre Swift. Like they are just absolutely loaded with talent on that offensive side of the ball, and still with a good amount of young guys with time time to grow.
And they had no problem moving on from the Fields medal.
Right.
For this kid. That's how talented this kid is. So with that group that you're talking about that they have in Chicago, it would be really tempting to give Fields another year and see what he's able to do with this group of players.
Yeah.
But they had no problem moving on from him and doing this when they could have kept him and set themselves up for the next 5 years in trading out of this.
Yeah.
Imagine what people would have given up for Caleb Williams when we're talking about the bag that could happen for the Patriots with Drake May.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yep.
They also have pick 9 here to still add something to that offense too, which is, when I see DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, my first thought is if Rome Odunze is there, that's the guy I want because he fits with the other two perfectly. DJ Moore can be your playmaker. Keenan Allen can be your big slot, and Odunze can go outside the numbers and win for you. And Keenan Allen's probably a short-term thing anyway. He's nearing the end of his career. He's not on the field consistently. So that gives you, some insurance. And if Keenan Allen is your third best weapon on offense when he's on the field, that's a very good spot.
And your wide receiver coach on the field, because Keenan Allen will show this kid how to play the game.
Well, and you know what I was thinking? So James mentions that Cole Kmet is a decent tight end, which he is.
Yep.
But if Brock Bowers is there at 9, that's awfully tempting, man. That is you traded for Keenan Allen, you got DJ Moore. Like, I understand that, but you can't deny the athletic ability. You watch him play at Georgia, and he's he's a freak, and he may not be as big. Taking that pitch next to Gronk is the worst thing he ever did. I don't know who told him that. Like, get on a step stool next to Gronk or something. But like, I know he's not quite as big as some people want him to be, but the guy succeeded in the SEC, and not just succeeded, dominated in the SEC. And so, that's the guy I think I would be thinking about at number 9. By the way, Jayden Daniels, they're showing Jayden Daniels on ESPN right now. The Commanders pick is in, and Jayden Daniels is all smiles. It seems like Jayden Daniels is the pick.
We have a Jeff Darlington tweet here, by the way. He says, I met with the Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell an hour ago. He told me they've worked through plans for every scenario. Separately, sources tell me Vikings are prepared to continue talks with Patriots when New England is on the clock. May is player to watch, but trade compensation is still way off.
Wow. Yeah, so there you go.
By the way,
go ahead.
Have the pick?
We do have the pick. Yes. It is expected. You want me to hit the button?
Here first, people.
Are you ready for me?
Go for it.
Okay, here we go. With the number 2 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders, terrible name, are selecting Jayden Daniels, wide receiver, almost said wide receiver, quarterback from LSU. And so here we are. Pats are on the clock.
Here we go.
Patriots are on the clock. Let's see how tight everything clenches in Minnesota. People. Are they going to go crazy and send us an outrageous trade? And I thought that what Gerard Mayo said, I thought was really interesting. And Gerard Mayo said, I don't want to get in a situation where we're trading back 3 picks just to get more picks just because. If we love a guy, we're going to sit there and we're going to take him. That to me is the point. Like, that's the whole point. If you love Drake May, just draft him. Just draft him. Right? And look, maybe they like Jayden Daniels and maybe they were all in on Jayden Daniels and then now they don't have him. But you've known that for a while, right? And maybe that's why they've been floating out. Maybe they want to move out.
Robert wanted Jayden Daniels.
Yeah.
And he wanted the Heisman Trophy winner as his franchise face.
And flashy, and he's again, you talk about a winner, and he maybe not necessarily a winner, but I like him a lot. I really do like Jayden Daniels a lot. He scares me, but he's a guy that I'm going to root really hard for in the league because I like him. He just scares me, and so I was worried. I was worried about having him on my team because I was worried that how he's going to hold up long term and how his game is going to translate the whole way. And so, we'll see what happens.
I will say, I like Jayden Daniels a lot. I've enjoyed watching him at LSU for a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching them since 2022 and what they did there. In a lot of ways, I got the same vibes from him that I got from Zach Wilson a couple of years ago, in that he just can't manage the pocket and there's too many sacks.
Yep.
And I just like
my thing with him is the fact. I'm sorry. My thing with him is the fact that he's throwing to 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it. That gives me Mac Jones vibes. Is the fact that the people surrounding him made him that better, and the fact that this kid just thinks he's tougher than he is playing down there, and he takes too many hits, and he's going to end up breaking. That was my fear with it. I have fears with every one of the quarterbacks in this class.
Right.
But does it Pat is over here like this? What
Adam Schefter just tweeted out, one source says there is 0 chance the Patriots trade the number 3 overall pick. They will stick and take their QB of the future.
There we go.
So everyone that was rooting for a trade down is not happening. It's been looking this way for the last week or so. I know the Patriots have kind of kept that smoke going that, hey, if a deal is good enough, we'll take it. But that's not going to be the case. All 3 teams, it seems, are going to stick and take their quarterbacks. And again, did they want Jayden Daniels? I don't know. I'm not sure, right? But, it kind of seemed to me over the last week or so that whether Jayden Daniels or Drake May went 2, they were taking the other guy at 3 because they were good. They liked both of them. They were on board with both of them, and they felt like, all right, we don't really care who it is. We're taking that guy at 3 because we feel like they're both good enough. And again, I know some people aren't going to like it. DJ hates it, as we know. DJ's been on the trade down train, doesn't want Drake May, and I get it, and I'm okay with that.
Yep.
But I think I like it better than them getting cute with it. Right. I always felt if you're going to move out, like, get it done. Like, just go and be done with it. I'm sorry. If you're going to move out, don't draft a quarterback. Is what I was
my trade down scenario was a step-by-step.
Wait, hold on. Here we go. Hold on.
There it is.
We got it. It's time.
With the number 3 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, your 6-time Super Bowl champion New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, UNC.
That's it.
Let's go.
Now are they calling the Vikings and saying, if you can get JJ at 11, we'll swap and take that second first round pick and 3 more or 2 more. Maybe the holdup on that was they weren't sure that they were going to get JJ there. Maybe they thought the Giants were going to take him. and see if that happens. I saw a few people float that out there today. I'm sorry, I can't credit
you. Yeah. Well, you know.
Now, I think what this opens up right here, because we've heard for a while rumors about New England's liking Daniels. That Chad Ryland kick on Christmas Eve in a game nobody wanted to watch is a real sliding doors moment in NFL history here, potentially. If one of these two guys is good and the other one is not, that one kick could change the trajectories of both of these franchises. Because it's one of those, if Daniels doesn't pan out and May does, that kick, Chad Ryland may have saved the Patriots from themselves and taking a quarterback that wouldn't have worked out.
Yep.
And that kick may have put Washington into a position where, they're getting the wrong guy, or vice versa. The Patriots may have missed out because of that one thing. To me, Drake May, I have my issues with Drake May. He's not a perfect prospect. He's been quarterback too for me through this whole process, even with the issues. I think Washington is overthinking it, and I think New England just got the second best quarterback prospect. Doesn't mean he's going to be the franchise quarterback. It doesn't mean it's going to pan out, but I think this is as good a chance as you're going to get at this spot in the draft.
All right, we got another guest coming in. Perfect timing. It's our guy Kyrie Thompson. Kyrie, what's up, man?
Man, life is good. Let's go. They screw this up. All the talk all day long. I was not trying to hear none of that. Let's
That's
go.
right, baby.
How are y'all feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Pretty good.
You're the only one that hasn't given your feeling on this. Go ahead.
I'm like I said, indifferent. I would have been good with either or. I'm talking myself more and more now that like it's settling into being good with this, being happy with this. But I did the same thing 3 years ago. I didn't want the guy. They got the guy, and then I had to talk myself into it, and then here we are again. So trying to look at this glass half full rather than half empty. But I'm a little cautious. But I'm more than anything, I'm glad they didn't trade back. Yes. I'm glad it's not JJ McCarthy. I genuinely could not deal if that's the case, or if that was the case. So
exactly. I tweeted this out earlier, and some of y'all might have seen it, but I was like, I will be violently angry if they really traded back just to get like JJ McCarthy or something like that. Like, come on.
Yeah.
And I mean, I came in right at a point when you were talking about Drake May being the second best quarterback prospect in this class. I mean, to me, it was pretty clear. And I mean, I like Jayden Daniels. I do. I like Jayden Daniels a lot. And he's a guy that when you look at the analytics of Jayden Daniels, the whole of his career is not great. When you look at the pressure to sack ratio and throwing over the middle of the field, and like all of these things that you would really like to see him be better at. Like, let's not front. But he had a great year to finish out his college career, and that means something. It does. He is not the only prospect that has gotten better in his final year. So it's not like we've never seen this before. But I think when it comes to Drake May and Caleb Williams both, I would say, guys that they were the offense. They didn't really have a whole lot else going on except for those two guys kind of making plays. I know Drake May suffered from a ton of drops, great throws under pressure that are just hitting people in the hands and not
throw a lot of balls at people's feet too, though.
I mean, it's true, especially, and this is one of those things that, I noticed a lot on tape, especially to the right side. That happened more often than not going to the right side because he has clear footwork issues that had to be worked on. That's coachable, though. In my opinion, that's coachable. So it's not like we can't take this guy because his footwork is no good. Get him on an NFL coaching staff. Get him on a team with an NFL coaching staff that can work with him on this, and see if it gets better. Because the rest of the stuff is there.
Yeah, period. The coaching staff down there at North Carolina, I don't know how they keep their jobs. I really don't. These guys are pathetic. They are truly pathetic. I could put together a better staff for my Twitter following than they have.
Tell us how you really feel.
I do.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
UConn has a better football coaching staff than they do at North Carolina.
Yeah, it was. Let me tell you, because I watched all these quarterbacks, and you watch UNC and USC, and you see what Drake May and Caleb Williams had to deal with at points this year, and it's like Lincoln Riley is supposed to be fantastic. Like there's good aspects of USC, but you watch that team and it's just like there's no
frustrating to watch this year.
They do one thing on offense, and it's like, all right, it's one thing, and then Caleb do something.
Choice.
That's I kind of looked at it as like a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because as you guys know, I come on here just to mess around and have fun with you guys. I'm not a draft expert by any means. I don't do the whole prospect analyzing and whatever. But since I've moved out here, just coincided with Caleb Williams' time at USC, during football season, they're always on here. And I've watched just about every game of the last 2 seasons. And last year I was like, this guy might be the greatest quarterback to come out of college ever. He looked fantastic. And then this year we watched it and it was maddening how some of those games just fell apart. And I know they didn't have a defense, and a lot of it had to do with that, but it was crazy. And Lincoln Riley was supposed to be the dude, and Kingsbury hopped on the bandwagon too. And it was just, it all fell apart. So I was a little nervous for him, but obviously clear number 1 overall. There's no question about that. But that's my extent of my analysis on that.
Yeah. I am really falling in love with DJ Daniels here in the
Kingsbury's
the chat room.
got my
Murf, sorry to interrupt you, but we got some news. All right, with the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. Listen, it is no surprises here. All chalk in the first 4. The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Now, this is the scenario that I hope the Patriots would have played on, was the fact that they would tell the Cardinals, I've got 5 teams ready to give me a bag for this pick, and 3 of them want Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right.
Will you give me 2 of your second-round picks to move up and make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah.
The only problem with that, I don't think anybody's going to believe that. At least me personally. Like, you're not trading up that high. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is awesome. You know what I mean? But especially if Drake May is there, you're not trading up there for Marvin Harrison Jr. It's quarterback or bust, in my opinion.
You don't think that the Chargers would do that?
No, I don't.
No?
Because I think, and especially because the consolation prize if you're the Chargers is Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
If you want to go wide receiver, and they might not even go wide receiver. This might be Joe Alt.
Mm-hmm.
Should be Joe Alt. It's the best player.
Or if Harbaugh gets his way, he gets McCarthy back.
Oh, Harbaugh. Harbaugh wants. Harbaugh wants Joe Alt. You know he wants it.
Okay. So my thinking here has been like the one spot the Chargers are actually good on the offensive line is left tackle. That's actually the one spot I feel good. They have no receivers. If I'm the Chargers, I just take a receiver here, and your next 4 picks can be offensive line.
Right.
Like you can do it that way if you want. I love Joe Alt, but you can. What this team needs is like better guards who can run block, and you can find that in the 2nd or 3rd round. Just go get you have a quarterback who can throw the ball 70 yards, and you don't have a receiver who's a threat more than 10 yards down the field. Just go get Malik Neighbors, who's a deep threat, and you can build your whole offense around that.
Right.
Yeah, you're not going to get a whole lot of arguments from me about Malik Neighbors working out with Justin Herbert. The only thing I think is Jim. So it's Jim Harbaugh is going to come in wanting to run the football. That's what I'm thinking, and so that's where Joe Alt comes in here potentially, right? Because I feel here's the other thing about it is I totally agree with you on the offensive guards, especially even the guys at the Shrine Bowl when I was down there, the guys that are going to get picked in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round or whatever. It's I loved all of them, all the interior offensive linemen, but I feel wide receivers so deep that to me, I feel that's a position that if you want to wait until day 2, you can easily get a really good player there as well. Not Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr., but a player who is going to immediately come in and do numbers for you. I mean, look at a couple of the guys who just got paid, who just became the 2 highest paid wide receivers in football. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 2nd round pick. AJ Brown, 2nd round pick. So it's like, if you scout it well, you can do it. But I was talking to somebody about this earlier today, and just like, when you have one of those consensus, like, this guy is the best left tackle in the draft, and you can just plug and play him, and he's just going to dominate for you. Those guys tend to just generally be pretty good. I feel like other positions can kind of miss, but like, ain't nobody worried about Penix Sewell.
Nope.
Right? And it's like, I feel like if you could just set and forget Joe Alt, that's nice.
Look, that's why I've been stumping for Alt for months.
Yeah.
If the Pats trade down, and I said it here before, Alt's going to Canton. He's going to go to Canton. He's one of the best tackles that I've ever seen at the college level.
The problem with setting and forgetting Alt is then you got to move Rashawn Slater.
Right. No, you don't. No, you don't. Penix, the Lions drafted Penix Sewell and stuck him over on the right side. You can do that.
Okay, then you're not sticking and forgetting Alt. You got to move him too. Like, one of those guys has to switch to a different side, I think.
I would do that with Joe Alt before I do it with Rashawn Slater. I feel like a guy that good, he can learn how to play right tackle.
I think he can. I'm not concerned about that. I would just, I really like the right tackle depth in this draft, and I'd rather have Malik Neighbors with the UConn guard and Christian Jones tackle out of Texas as my 2 day 2 picks.
Gotcha.
Than having Joe Alt and the receivers. Your point about receivers, though, is well taken, and I think is something as Patriots fans we should remember, because half the top receivers in the NFL last season, roughly, were taken after the first round. There's a lot of ways to find receivers in the NFL.
It's true.
It's like,
by the way, Chargers.
It's like the meme. The meme that we always see that was like kind of birthed out of the Cincinnati Bengals, right? The Joe Burrow throwing to Jamar Chase but getting creamed, as opposed to like Jamar, Joe Burrow behind Penix Sewell, right? So I don't know. Maybe we're gonna see that. Well, it won't necessarily be that bad though, because at least you have Rashawn Slater.
Well, and that's the thing, is that they have someone at least, right? Like, they had no one, but they had someone. The Chargers, by the way, have not officially made a pick, but Schefter did report that they are not trading, that they're sticking firm. So the Giants at 6, could end up with a quarterback. If they want to take J.J. McCarthy, they might end up with a quarterback, if that's the case.
That would be so wild. That would be just...
The Giants just signed a backup quarterback in free agency too, right? I'm forgetting the name, but they paid somebody decent as a backup. So they're going to have...
I can't remember who it was. It was the backup quarter. Yeah, I don't know. That don't really matter to me personally.
No, it's more so that I just don't understand. Like, they're going to pay Daniel Jones all that money and pay like a decent high amount for a backup, and then also draft a quarterback at 6. Like, it's all of that and having nothing else on offense.
The perfect smoke screen,
Hey, they weren't willing to trade Justin Herbert for number 3, so it seems obvious that they're not taking a quarterback here in this situation.
They paid $5 million to Drew Lock. That's what it was, and apparently there was something about him having like starting opportunities or something like that. So,
by the way, Bill Belichick sounds like would not have taken Drake May.
I was just about to chime in and read this to you. Okay, so
go ahead, Bree.
Do we want to hear the whole thing?
Yeah.
All right. So he starts off with the Josh Allen comparison. He goes, "We'll see about that. I think there's some comparisons with size and athleticism, but Josh Allen is a special player. Obviously, we know this." And then he goes on to say he's a very talented kid, good size, runs well, has a good arm, just hasn't played very much. He really doesn't have a lot of experience, makes some big plays, but he's going to need some work in reading defenses and reading coverages. And then the follow-up.
He started for 2 years, dog.
Yeah, I know.
The follow-up to that, he's kind of quick to bail out of the pocket. He's going to have to hang in there a little bit longer to find those receivers. This is a kid who can make all of the throws. He just needs to be more consistent. Transitioning from a college quarterback to a pro quarterback, he's going to need some time and experience.
That's ridiculous.
That to me does not sound like a vote of confidence.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, before anyone responds, here we go. With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers have made Murf a very happy person because they have drafted Joe Alt. I love it.
Also, I love your
absolutely
kicker,
love
man.
I do love
you.
it because he's not a
yeah.
Jet. I was afraid that he was going to slide down, and I was going to have to see him in gangrene for the next decade.
Oh God, yeah, that's a great point.
And you know,
that's a great point.
the gangrene that I'm talking about, people. The kind you have to amputate. All right, not the actual. Not
Yeah, I wonder if Bill had been at 3. I wonder what he would have done. I really wonder what he would have done.
You know, his ass would have traded down.
You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, here's the thing. What I will say is that I don't think his evaluation of Drake May was that unfair. I think the evaluation is spot on. It's about how you value that skill set, and it's hear that, and what Bill values more is somebody who's more experienced and who is a more veteran product coming out. Which, when you look at them taking Mac Jones, I mean, he was a younger guy, but somebody who had worked with coaches and was supposedly very polished coming out. That was the scouting report on him. And that's how at least some people feel about Jayden Daniels. I don't feel that way, but there are smart people who do.
Yeah.
But also, if you're okay with drafting and developing a guy and taking the time, then it's just about how high you feel like a guy like that should be taken. And he may have taken him at 3. That honestly wouldn't shock me too much. With where they were.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I think you make a bunch of good points there. I feel like when it comes to quarterbacks, Phil Perry did this a couple of years ago, where he put together kind of the statistical benchmarks that Patriots quarterbacks drafted by Bill Belichick typically embody. And it's usually these really 3-year starter kind of guys that high completion percentages. So his quarterback profile generally is like the distributor, just the throw the ball where you're supposed to throw it on time. Doesn't need to be terribly flashy. Don't need you to have the biggest arm in the world. Just don't screw it up. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't make dumb plays. Yada, 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 right? And I feel like there's this... The scouting report that he delivered of Drake May is one is like, yeah, he's big and athletic and he can, make all the throws, right? The dreaded Bill Belichick, you can make all the throws. But he's I think what he's looking at is like, yeah, but does he play like a point guard enough? And I think that's it. I think that Bill Belichick wants a point guard out of his quarterback.
He wants somebody that isn't going to lose you football games.
Yeah, he doesn't care about big game hunting and the little things like the footwork and bailing out of the pocket. It's like stuff like that would drive him insane. So I feel like in this draft, and I mean I think we saw it right that on his big board he had Jayden Daniels second. He would have wanted Jayden Daniels. I absolutely believe that. A 23-year-old over it.
No, Kyrie looks like you're glitching a little bit there, sir.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm glitching in the matrix. I gotta bounce anyway a little bit. I might be back later on, but this is fun.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the first round. If I don't catch up with you, but I'll probably catch up with you later.
All right, man. Sounds good. Thanks for coming through, brother. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
See ya.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, brother. And here's the other part about the Jayden Daniels Drake May thing is that I believe they said 15%. Was it 15% or 15 times? I think it was 15 times all season long. When Jayden Daniels broke contain, he passed.
Yep.
That's alarming. That's alarming. And so it's like he's not. That's the problem for me that I have. Yeah.
Well, and the standards that Kyrie was talking about too. That comes from the old Bill Parcells stuff. Right. I think it's Bill Parcells about his standards for a quarterback, and they worked back in the day.
They did.
But I also don't know if that applies in 2024. I think college is very different. Players are treated very differently. And standards like that can get you to some good players, but you're going to cut some good players off the board.
The college game makes it a nightmare now to
Right.
scout these kids
Yep.
and to be sure about it. They're just the style of play.
Agreed.
So spread out. It's so different, and you almost have to recreate your entire team for some of these young quarterbacks that are coming out.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, still, you guys know I didn't want Bill fired. I didn't want to move on.
Wait, Murf, before you get into that, I don't mean to interrupt you, but with the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants have selected Malik Neighbors, wide receiver from LSU. I couldn't love it more. more.
Smart.
You don't need J.J. McCarthy.
Nope.
I know you want someone to compete with Daniel Jones, but you don't need J.J. McCarthy. Malik Neighbors is an absolute stud playmaker, wide receiver, arguably the most explosive receiver in the draft. Not the best receiver in the draft,
after
but probably the most explosive player in the draft. And so it makes a ton of sense.
They just needed anything in their offense. And it's also, they gotta play. They're going to have bad quarterback play this year. That's what it's going to be. But the fact that you can at least have something in your offense to build around, make Sundays exciting for the next for 4 months in the fall, and then go get a quarterback next year. It gets you on the right path and allows you to evaluate other aspects. And maybe Drew Lock finally finds play on the field that matches the amount of confidence he clearly has in himself.
Yeah.
So what does this Daniel Jones contract look like? Because I know it's awful.
It's big.
But how much time is left on it is, I guess, my question.
I think he signed it last year for 4 years, I believe. And so I'm pretty sure that he has 3 years left, right? Does he have 3 years left?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got this year, next year, and the year after. The dead cap hit this year would be $70 million. So that's not happening.
If they cut him next year, it's just $22 million.
It's just 22. Okay. So it's not that bad. So you have an out. And you can kind of go from there. So I'm interested. I'm interested with this because the Giants are fascinating because I had heard some reports. Phil Perry was talking about this week, and he was saying, there were some reports that Malik Neighbors is a little bit challenging to handle at points. The Giants took a guy who was a little challenging to handle at points from LSU, who was really good, but was a pain in the ass in OBJ. And so there was concern that they may not want to go down that road again. But clearly they do. And I think the explosiveness just, to me, outweighs the negatives. Is you win with guys like this at wide receiver. And if he's a little nuts, that's okay. You need him to be a little nuts sometimes.
Unless you're Buffalo.
Well, good point. That's a great point. Yes.
We swing all the way back around to Buffalo.
I love it so much. It's so good.
Me too.
Oh, it's so good. It's so fantastic.
I have never been an Allen fan. I am not an Allen fan. I've said 100 times that Allen is nobody believes his own press as much as Allen does, and it just keeps killing him. He just keeps doing stupid things that end up, ending their season, and I love it. I hope he plays his entire career in Buffalo.
Yeah. Oh shoot. Hold on, I go to.
But then again, what do I know? I thought Josh Rosen was the best quarterback in that draft.
Apparently, Elliot
hey man,
Wolf
really did.
Yeah, Elliot Wolf. What did Elliot Wolf just have to say? That they liked him the more time they spent with him, right? Oh, Matt, are you there?
Now Matt's glitching.
Oh boy,
he froze too.
They're not anointing Drake May the starter.
Oh, good. Which is good.
I had a new hard drive put into my laptop just so I could be here tonight.
I love it. Just for this.
Had a rush job. I need this by Thursday. Here's an extra 50.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, and the Josh Allen comparisons to Drake May are fair, I think. Yep. And part of the problem, I think, is that
it's his decision making.
100%. And you see Josh Allen with the decision making, and so you wonder, will we have the same problems will we have the same issues with Drake May? And can he get that figured out if that's the case? We do have another guest coming on, though. A good friend of Murf's.
Hey!
And a good friend of ours, of course.
Long time no see. Bree, how are you?
What's up, man?
Been a minute.
Our guy Mike the Big. What's up, Mike?
Matt, it's always an honor, always a privilege to join you, my friend. Matt, what's up?
How's it going? Can you guys hear? I'm just having internet issues.
There you go. You're back. You're back.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that mic, how could we not? Look at that thing. It's obscene. There are children watching.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on, Mike, before you start. Hold on. We have the first surprise pick of the draft. As soon as we get it up there, I just sent it to you, Mike, Matt. As soon as we get it up there. You ready for me?
We'll get our graphic ready. Yeah, go for it.
With the 7th overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans, boxed into a corner, have taken J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Wow.
That is surprising.
Really?
That's
wow.
surprising. I think Latham has been a late riser, but for him to go in the top 10 is really surprising to me.
I had Latham maybe at between 18 and 28.
Yeah, I was thinking 20s, somewhere in the 20s.
In the 20s, and but like I said at the outset of the show, 10 offensive tackles could go in the first round of this draft, and we're going to see them run off quick. And you can go right back to, like we were talking about earlier, this past off season and the lack of movement on the offensive line. These guys just they don't let go of them because they're just too important. But Latham here, I mean, when you have Fashanu still on the Fatanu still on the board,
and I thought Fawaga too.
Fawaga, the kid from Oregon State.
Yeah.
You know, I thought for sure that they would go off before J.C. Latham, and but they must see something that we're not. They're still getting a stud left side of the line right there. This is a big man, a mammoth man.
Yep.
He's he was on the consensus boards. He was offensive tackle 4. He's a right tackle, run blocker primarily. I think that's where he's most polished. So I will say, for Tennessee's identity, that's something they've liked. And I think you get a guy who's an instant upgrade as a run blocker who you can groom into that pass protector. I see the vision. It definitely seems like NFL teams liked Latham a lot more than tape guys did. I can't speak exactly why that is, but like Fashanu has really fallen down boards here. He was a guy who was a top 5 pick 3 months ago, and
might be
now. I feel like he probably goes top 20. That's where I feel really comfortable saying he goes there.
All right, so listen, I know, Mike, you have limited time here, Mike. So I want to get your opinion on Drake May. We've talked about him, and you've talked about him ad nauseum, right? We've gone over and over and over. But now that he's officially a Patriot, how are you feeling about the pick?
I'm feeling good about the pick. Look, I think the Patriots got the highest ceiling quarterback on this board right now. And look, I'm not going to necessarily put him up there pro-ready against Caleb Williams or Jayden Daniels. I think those guys are maybe a little bit more pro-ready coming out of the box. But you look at all the intangibles he brings to the table. This kid can make any throw required of him on the field. He's got the velocity. He's got the touch. He's got the ability to throw the ball in the tight windows. And when the play breaks down, he's got the agility to be able to turn those off-script options into big gains. We've seen him do it several times. I understand right now the questions or the queasiness in some Patriots fans on him is regarding his ability to temper his enthusiasm, take the check down when, the big play always presents itself. Drake has a tendency to always push the envelope a little bit. I think between Alex Van Pelt and Joe and Gerard Mayo, they're going to coach him out of that. But bottom line, the one thing that I do think he's going to have to show more of is consistency from start to finish. And I also worry a little bit about the pressure to sack rate. And we've talked about this several times. Murf, we've talked about it ad nauseum on Locked On Patriots. 19.6% pressure to sack rate is a little bit high for an average quarterback to a very good quarterback in the NFL. 10 to 15 is the realm where most of those guys are. So there's going to have to be some coaching there. He does have the right guy in front of him in Jacoby Brissett, who I think is going to make a phenomenal mentor. So the Patriots wanted their future quarterback. I think they got it. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Jacoby get the start right out of the box, but you're going to see this kid on the field this year, and you're going to see him in notable, significant action.
I just want to butt in. We have a couple quotes here from the press conference too. According to Elliot Wolf, they've known for weeks now that they were taking Drake May. As soon as they knew that Daniels was being taken at 2, they knew. So I'm guessing all the leaks and stuff we saw, maybe that was coming from other teams. Maybe they were just doing it for fun. I don't know, but that's what they're saying. And Mayo said that his aha moment with Drake May was watching how he responded after getting hit, which I liked. Also, apparently Bill Callahan for the Titans said that J.C. Latham was his favorite player in this draft. So coming back to that Titans pick explains why they were taking him this high.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, man. Listen, whatever, if that's what they decide.
Joe
and
Walt
ultimately,
would have been his favorite player in this draft. Sorry.
Well, yeah, that might be a good point. So, yeah, man, it's going to be interesting.
Pat.
Oh,
get the thing ready.
Did I miss it? I missed it. How did I miss it? What the hell?
This.
I didn't see it. Throw it in
Hold
the
on, I have
chat.
to make sure. Is this a real report?
No, not from anyone I'm following. Oh, got it. I got it. I'm in. Let's do it. Oh, baby.
Matt's face is scary.
Here we go.
My mind is blown right now.
With the number 8 pick in the 2024 draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Michael Penix Jr., quarterback from Washington. Wow.
Lefties rule. Holy smoke. This is a family show.
Wild. That is wild.
Yeah. Now, I love Penix. I love Penix in round 2. I loved him maybe at the bottom of the first round. But I've said forever he's the best pure thrower in this freaking draft.
Yeah.
And was never worried about his knees. That it's 2 years ago. He's played 2 years without a knee issue. But wow.
Yeah. Top 10 is.
They talk about going and getting what, the player you want. Felger would love this pick.
Yes.
Because they identified who they wanted and they went and got him. They didn't screw around. They didn't draft down. They didn't, try to sneak back up into the first round. They just went and got him. But wow, I did not see this coming at all.
See, what I don't understand about this is that you've got Kirk Cousins there, and you paid him, and Michael Penix is an older quarterback.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
You're drafting him in the top 10. You're paying him a not unsubstantial amount of money to sit on your bench for 1, maybe 2 years as the backup. How old is he going to be? Because if it's 2 years for Kirk Cousins,
24,
then
so we're talking 26.
You're gonna be starting at.
There's a lot of mileage. Yeah, there's a lot of mileage on that 26 as well. And look, I mean, Penix is obviously in a best situation when he's running an offense that is predicated on using the run to set up play action, take those deep shots down the field. Yeah, you got to wonder how long they're willing to give Cousins at this point and how long they're willing to keep Penix on the bench. This is interesting. It's intriguing. It makes sense from some logistics, but yeah, there's a lot of you that scratches your head on this one too. I'm in agreement with Matt on this.
And Kirk Cousins, I mean, it's not like they paid him nothing.
No,
he got
a $100 million guarantee.
So I don't.
You pass on Bill Belichick, and then you go ahead. You give Kirk Cousins $100 million, and then use your first. Yeah, wow, Matt, great poll there, bud. Great poll.
That is shocking. I mean, and again, I like Michael Penix a lot. He's a great player, and I think he has the ability to be an awesome pro. I do think it's a little concerning. Ben Solak, who tracks, does a great job of tracking everything, said that he's a lot more inaccurate than I thought he would be. Again, that's Ben Solak talking, not me. I don't know, right? He's charting every single throw and talking about the throw should be here and instead it's down here, right? That's kind of what what the logistics is that he's getting into. But, it's surprising when you think, again, they signed Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract with $100 million guaranteed this offseason. So, and again, and DJ Daniel points out, is Cousins ready? Well, if he wasn't ready, what are you paying him $200 million for? And even if you weren't, so why are you drafting? The whole thing makes no sense to me. Why you would sign Kirk Cousins when you had a top 10 pick? The whole thing is just bizarre. It's just bizarre to me. And again, Penix might work out and be a phenomenal quarterback, but the decision making behind what they're doing makes absolutely no sense.
Well, and you're going all in right now for a 2-year window with Kirk Cousins, and you just used a top 10 pick on a guy who doesn't help you in the slightest unless your quarterback gets hurt.
Right. So weird.
And also, I'm sorry, but I like Michael Penix. Who watched that Washington offense this year and thought that Michael Penix was the best player in it? Michael Penix went off the board before Rome Odunze did.
Yeah. Yep.
I was rewatching some Jalen Polk tape earlier today, and I forgot some of the misses that Michael Penix had. I was we're talking 5-yard outs he's throwing in the dirt or 5 feet over people's heads. The same types of throws that Drake made misses that we've had issues with. And it's the same misses, but this dude's older and more experienced and still making the mistake. But
that's okay.
Ladies, gentlemen,
Raheem Morris loved him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he must have in order to make this pick. Ladies, gentlemen, I have to recuse myself for a few moments. We're off to meet the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. We're about to meet Drake May.
Have fun.
So thank you so much for the hospitality.
Back with that report, Mike.
Absolutely.
Tell him we said hi.
Right. I will. I definitely will. He'll be glad to hear that. Yep.
Tell him if he has some free time later tonight, he's more than welcome to jump on the show.
Right, exactly.
Pass along the link.
Yeah, I think he's coming along to legals. I think we're going to get him some clam chowder, and we're going to initiate him right into Boston right here.
That's right, brother. Hey, thanks so much for coming on, Mike. We appreciate it. Always love talking to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Talk to you later, buddy.
Take care.
Take care.
I mean, by the way, what's interesting is this is the 3rd straight year that they've drafted at number 8. And I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I get it, but it's so strange to me. And again, maybe they love it, but I don't know. Oh, baby. Yeah, Matt got it. You got it already? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Ready? With the 9th pick in the NFL draft, somehow, the Chicago Bears are selecting Rome Odunze, wide receiver from Washington.
There it is.
Are you kidding me that they let Rome Odunze get to Chicago at 9? That's insane. We'll talk about a weapon for Caleb Williams. Just absolutely incredible that they let him get all the way to 9.
I agree. The kid is just a human highlight reel, and oh my God, just more weapons. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, to me, this is the perfect fit for what you want with Caleb Williams too, because I talked about this before. His superpower is being able to extend plays. And now you got him a ball winner. So when plays break down and Caleb's looking for something, he has a guy he can trust who he can just throw the ball up to and he'll make a play happen. And in theory, you can now have that connection for the next decade. You remember the Johnny Manziel, Mike Evans stuff you used to see in college? You can now basically do that, but with 2 high-level NFL players for the next decade. That is what you have set up.
Any other year, this kid would be the first wide receiver off the board.
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. And that's what's so fascinating about it is that he's just a great player, So it's interesting. Oh,
then it goes back to Matt's point: is why didn't Atlanta do this?
Sounds like
or good defense.
Strange.
Yeah.
Sounds like the Jets are working on a trade. Oh baby!
All right, listen. This has got to be Minnesota coming up one spot, right?
Yep.
It seems like it. Feels like it at least. All right, listen. We haven't taken any breaks. We have to take a quick commercial break. It's a minute long. I promise we'll be back before the next pick is made. Stick around, and we will be right back. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball, baseball, and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. You can pick LeBron, Aaron Judge, Connor McDavid, and Jude Bellingham all in the same entry. Prize Picks even offers injury insurance so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, Prize Picks will have your back and not count that as a loss. Now this week, I'm actually going with Aaron Judge, Rafael Devers, and Bobby Witt Jr. to have over 1.5 total bases, and I'm going with Kevin Durant for more than 28 points and Nikola Jokic with more than 10 rebounds. Download the app today and use the code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, if you download the app today and put in the code CLNS, they will match your first deposit up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. All right, so the trade, we haven't gotten anything on the trade yet, but we do know it is the Minnesota Vikings, as you guys projected. Minnesota is on the clock right now and has moved up one spot from 11 to 10. Seems like it might be J.J. McCarthy. Oh, here's the trade. Vikings are getting 10. The Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157. I'm sorry, the Vikings are actually getting 10 and 203. The Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157. So, they're getting, a few picks back. Really nothing much, but it seems as though the Jets looked at it and said, hey, give us some picks to move back. Otherwise, we'll take someone else, and someone else will come up and get J.J. McCarthy. It seems like Minnesota is making that move for J.J. McCarthy and not letting him go one more pick, especially with Michael Penix going off the board at 8. I think it makes a ton of sense to do it if that's the guy they want.
This has to be McCarthy. And this is perfect for Minnesota. Like, this is, if you can't get May, this was the next best option, I think, is getting McCarthy for very, very little. And they still have 23. Well, with 23, they can go in a lot of different directions there. 23, their defense needs work. You can take a corner there, some of your secondary, a pass rusher. We know Brian Flores' defense and how they rely on having just dudes at some points. Or you can go get another receiver to add to this receiving core. They lost KJ Osborne, and they could use a receiver next to Justin Jefferson. If they like somebody at 23, that's an option for them. So,
also for the Patriots now, I think this is good for the Patriots because the more quarterbacks go, the better it is for the Patriots. And that's what we got. All right, pick is in. Here we go. You ready?
Let's do it.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings are taking J.J. McCarthy, quarterback from Michigan. There we go. Yep.
Everybody got what they wanted.
5 quarterbacks in the top 10. 5 in the top 10. That is wild. That's wild. And like you said, it's the perfect situation for Minnesota where they get the guy that they liked second best they had a chance at least, and they don't have to give up much to get him. And Bree, like you said, everyone's happy, right? The Jets move back. They pick up a few extra picks. They weren't taking him anyway, so it doesn't matter. And they can take Brock Bowers or, Fuaga here or, Fashanu or Fashanu or whomever else they want to draft in this spot. And it doesn't matter because they weren't taking this guy anyways.
Now I wonder what happens with the Jets here, because you got Bowers still on the board and you have a whole host of offensive linemen. I personally would go offensive line here if I'm the Jets, because you got Morgan Moses at one tackle spot who's inconsistent, and Tyron Smith who hasn't played a full season since I was in high school.
Right
on the other side. So
Yeah.
like, and that's not a joke. That's the last time I played a full season. I was in high school. So you need.
I was in AARP
already, huh?
Yeah. You need some tackle depth, I think. I think Bowers would be too much of a luxury pick here if you're the Jets, especially since rookie tight ends don't usually do that much.
Right. Which is true.
Take a look at the rookie tight end out of Georgia from last year.
True. But he was a lot more raw. Also, but there was a rookie tight end from Iowa that did okay last year. So
who got taken in the second round.
Right.
Well, I mean, yes, but that doesn't matter though.
But still, I mean, rolling the dice on a tight end in the first round is a true roll of the dice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
it's more often than not that you hit in the third round or the fourth round on a tight end that nobody's really talking about taking in the top 25 picks or the first round of the draft. That's the way it works out.
Well, I also think when you got a quarterback who's old and also you're probably going to have to plan for the future at some point, tackles should have such longevity if you nail it that you have an opportunity to get an elite tackle here if you're the Jets who can be your swing tackle your first year and be the backup on either side.
Yep.
And then you can develop and he can be your starter for the future. And when you draft a quarterback in the future, you're going to have him protected at the left tackle spot. Rookie tight ends don't always do much. And also Bowers is very much like a yards after catch threat. And we know like Aaron Rodgers likes he's either his big body guys he can throw to or like guys who create a lot of separation. And I just don't know if Bowers is a scheme fit with what Aaron Rodgers likes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong, but I don't think they would maximize that.
Not necessarily. And I don't necessarily disagree with you. And so, then the question becomes, where does he go? Right? Does he go to Denver? Does Denver take him at 12? Maybe, but probably not. But maybe, they don't really have a tight end, do they? Or they have Greg Dulcich, but I mean, like, he's not doing anything, not moving the needle for anyone, right? So, like, is that a possibility? Vegas probably isn't going to do it. They drafted what's his face from Notre Dame last year? Michael Mayer, thank you, from Notre Dame last year. So they're out. Right. So now you start to wonder, like, does he end up in that top 15, top 20, or does he fall out of that? And, how far does he go? So all interesting questions. And ultimately we'll just kind of see what happens there. But I think the best thing for the Jets to do is go offensive line. You have Aaron Rodgers. You have to protect him. Maybe you could have gone wide receiver, maybe, because they don't really have great wide receivers either. But like, it's too early to take any of that second tier wide receivers. I'd rather take one in the second round as opposed to taking one here, in my opinion. And so I think offensive line makes the most sense. And again, Fashanu is a guy that, if they go for Fashanu or if they go for Waga or even if they go, Fatanu, I just think that it makes a ton of sense for them. Those guys are all elite tackles or have the potential to be elite tackles. You're not getting that at the wide receiver.
Is so young too. He's like 21.
They said he has the smallest, which it may not matter. They said he has the smallest hands they've ever measured for an offensive lineman at the draft. They were like 8.5 inches or something like that, which is weird because he's huge. So you would think he would have big hands, and he has tiny hands.
Yeah. By the way, apparently May is doing his press conference right now, and he said the Patriots called him the second that they were on the clock.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
So all of that drama about looking for a bag once they were on the clock was just none of that was real.
Nope.
Right.
For what?
And
or nobody was offering.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay for the Jets pick because I want to see if they mess this up somehow, and then I
love it. And then
dip
you get
out of here.
Bree, thank you so much for coming through, man. This has been fun.
Yeah, of course.
Another year doing it. It's great. You're killing it over there still. And so, I've enjoyed seeing you kind of crushing it out there.
Thanks.
Which is great, So keep up the good work. And
Appreciate it.
This is it's always fun. It's a fun time,
Did you call home after we got hit with the earthquake?
I texted and I said, first time? Little babies. Shout out for the sweater, please. I got this at a Sports Authority or some like knockoff sports store. I don't know, in Denver like 5 years ago. So it's Mitchell and Ness, I think. I don't know if they make this version anymore, but that's where the sweatshirt is from. So if you can find it, Godspeed.
And Charlie Foxtrot also was asking where you work. Bree works at FanDuel.
Yes.
And so, crushing it over there at FanDuel.
Yep.
I think I just lost my first bet on FanDuel. I bet something, and I feel like I had Brock Bowers in the top 10 maybe, and that did not happen. It's like Brock Bowers.
See, I'm here in New York where you can't do draft betting here. So I have been totally. I can't even see the odds where I am for any of the picks. It's weird.
I can't bet at all if it makes you guys feel any better in California. And I work for a sports book, so
you're probably better off.
Yeah, no, truthfully.
I can't bet at all because I'm married.
Yeah, well.
Oh, I bet like $2 at a time. Like I can't. I can't do it. I hate losing so much that I'm just like, no, screw that. Yep, 4-leg parlay. I had 4 guys in the top 10. One of them, Brock Bowers. Thanks a lot, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
See, my favorite thing betting is to place absolutely ridiculous parlays for like $1. On a Friday night, we'll pick 10 different college basketball teams to win, and I'll watch a bunch of random games and lose it. But for a couple hours, I think I'm going to be a millionaire.
Bet on UConn.
All right, here we go.
Go Friars, by the way.
I won $100 thanks to that natty.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets, unfortunately, have drafted Olu Fashanu, tackle from Penn State. It's the right pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't like to see it, but it was definitely the right pick for them. Get the guy, and he's, I'm surprised that he lasted to 11. I mean, he's a guy that, everyone kind of thought would be a top 15 pick going into this year, or top 5 pick, going into this year, and he ends up all the way at 11. And so, there it is. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know why he's slid this far. I can't see the injury that he sustained during the combine was the sole reason. But the Jets got themselves one fine player.
Yep.
I think he's young too, and this gives you
what I was
21. Saying before. Yeah, it's a guy who's young enough that you can develop, and he's a guy who can play for you if needed right now, but who you can sit for a year, who can learn, and then next year take over as a full-time starter on either side of the line.
Yeah, Bill would love it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the Jets nailed this one.
By the way, Drake May at his press conference was asked about his thoughts on the Patriots situation, and specifically those who believe it's one of the worst in the NFL, and he just said, "I think they're wrong."
Would have been funny if you said, "I think they're right." That'll make
it. I mean,
would have been really funny if you said, "Not anymore."
Yeah.
So that's it's the dialogue I would pick for my character when playing a video game.
I know, right? So, hey, man. So, all right, Bree, you gotta go.
All right,
appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year. We
gotta 4th year in a row next year. We got to do it.
I think what we're going to have to do is maybe have you on the show like before that, so that it's not just a once a year occurrence. You know what I mean? Yeah. That might be fun.
Yeah.
You guys know where to find me,
That's very true. That is very true. So,
just let me know. And, if for whatever reason they end up with another pick in the next 15 or so picks, I'll do my best to hop back in here for the madness.
All right.
But
sounds good.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your nights, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you.
Thanks
Same to you. Take care. All right.
And then there were 3.
That's right. So my guy, Boy Green, big Jets guy, will be on later. He's got some stuff to do with his own podcast, but I'm sure he's over the moon about this. Again, the Jets, it's one of those things where, we always make fun of the Jets for screwing up the draft because they do so often. But to move back and pick up a few extra picks and then to take the guy that they were going to take at 10 anyways, is smart. They took the right guy. They could have been stupid and taken, the wrong guy with the wrong pick and everything, and they didn't do that. So, so I think that makes it makes it, if you're a Jets fan, you should feel really happy about tonight. I'm not as happy as a Patriots fan, but listen, they're still the Jets. They're still the Jets, man. So let's not get too excited about.
No.
But by the way, we missed this earlier. We had a Jack Jones tweet tonight.
Oh god.
When Jayden Daniels got picked, he says, "I know that look. He doesn't want to go there."
Jesus, that's funny. That is funny. So.
The funniest outcome here is him, getting upset at some point and trying to force a trade to the Raiders because of the coach connection, and Washington really just getting left at the altar.
Right.
That would be funny.
Have it reaching on a guy who wasn't even the consensus QB2 at pick 2 to draft somebody who doesn't even want to play for you.
Right.
The more things change, the more they stay the same in Washington, I guess.
I don't even want to hear from Panda Express anymore.
By the way,
I'm done.
only when it's funny.
And you guys
only
know,
when it's funny.
going back to last year in the draft in the show that we did, that I loved that pick. I thought it was a great, but getting to know him as a human being. What?
Oh, Matt.
Oh boy, I'm waiting for the message. Let's see what we got here.
Here we go. You ready?
No way.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos have selected Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Wow.
My God. What in the world is going on? By the way, 12 picks in, 12 offensive players, nary a defensive player anywhere. No defense being played in the NFL anymore. 6 quarterbacks. Half of the top 12 picks have been quarterbacks. I believe 1983 was the record of 6 quarterbacks in the first round. We have had 6 go inside the top 12. That is complete insanity. I cannot believe that Bo Nix is the pick here from Denver. Denver needed a quarterback, but Bo Nix, I can't get behind that. Can't get behind that, man.
He does seem like a Sean Payton quarterback. He's a veteran, he's tough, but
he's Todd Blackledge.
Right.
Okay, we're talking about 1983's Todd Blackledge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't.
That just went over. That just went over terribly because none of you guys can remember Todd Blackledge.
I don't know.
I know he sucked.
Yep.
To me, Bo Nix is just is a prospect. It's just the bigger Brock Purdy. He's very much a guy who's he can do all of the things, but his decision making is very suspect. So when you corral the decision making, he can be very productive. But if the game is ever on him, you start to get very, very concerned. And Bo Nix feels like a guy who, at his peak, will always vacillate somewhere between the 14th and the 22nd best quarterback in the NFL. That's the ceiling on this guy. And I don't.
And again, the Oregon tape exists, man.
Yeah.
The Oregon tape is out there. It's there for everyone to see. It was so bad. It was so bad.
In Auburn?
In Oregon. Auburn. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, the Auburn tape, sorry.
Yeah. The Oregon tape was the good one. Yeah.
The Oregon tape was good. The Auburn tape, however, terrible. Terrible. So, all right. You two talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I got to give the kids a kiss goodnight.
By all means.
So I will be right back. I'm not even leaving. I'm going to jump off the stream, but I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay. But yeah, hey, Blackledge went to everybody knows that 83 was the best quarterback class ever. Elway went first. Blackledge was the second quarterback off the board in that draft. He went to Kansas City, and he actually went before Jim Kelly. He went before Dan Marino. It was unreal. He went before Eason, Kenny O'Brien, everybody. And it was a nightmare. It was it was terrible. I understood it at the time because Penn State was Penn State then, and but yeah, it was terrible. So I'm sorry I interrupted you, man.
No, you're good. That's good background. We had a question in here, and I want to get your thoughts on it. Patrick Gorman chimes in, and he asks, what are the odds that New England trades into the back end of round 1 to land a wide receiver or offensive tackle? We talked about this a little bit before the draft started, but I feel like now that we have a quarterback, we're starting to see how things go. We have a better idea of how this could be. So, 1, do you like the idea? 2, is there anybody in particular you want them to get?
I love the idea. I really do. I would like to see them go offensive tackle if they can, and if they trade back up into the bottom of the first round, I would love to see them grab. This is a little off, but the Roger Rosengarten. They could probably get him late in round 2 though. But oh wow.
Well, Rosengarten's tough too because he's a right tackle. And that's the one spot where you feel good.
Right. And at wide receiver, I'm not really too sure. It depends on how the rest of this draft goes out. I am not as high on Xavier Legette as everybody else is.
I'm with you.
It's I really love Ladd McConkey. I really do. I like both of the guys from Texas. If they're there and Adonai Mitchell for some reason is there at 25 and you can move back up to that spot and grab him, go ahead. I think a lot of defensive players are going to start coming off the board now, and he might be there. What do you think, Matt?
AD Mitchell, I think, scares me a little. Like, there's been questions about his
work ethic,
but I feel like work ethic isn't the right term for it. It's his effort in game.
All right.
Yeah, and there's been discussion about him falling out of the first round. When I look at like some of the guys like at receiver for New England, like I have questions about Keon Coleman, but I like him more than Xavier Legette. I like Jalen Polk, who I think will be around later if you want a bigger guy. And I almost, in some ways, I almost don't want to trade up because I feel like odds are that somebody's going to be there at 34.
Yeah, I agree. I would trade up for the offensive tackle, and I'm not sure I would trade up for the wide receiver. But that's simply the way that I look at building an offense. I like to build from the inside out as opposed to on defense where I like to build from the outside in. And so no, that's something I would give it a 50-50 shot.
Yeah. By the way, who's on the clock? This is Vegas on the clock now, right?
Vegas is on the clock now. What do you think about the Barmore extension talk?
Extend him. It's not. I will say one of the things that I think is tough is that everybody knows Christian Barmore is good, and he is a year away from getting paid. Everybody knows he's a year away from getting paid, and that can make the extension tough because you almost don't have leverage if you're New England.
Right.
Barmore's camp knows that whatever New England offers, they can take that offer this offseason, send it to free agency and get 5% more or whatever just based on that. So you got to pay a little extra to get a guy off the market early, but you have the cap space.
But you have the
He's
space.
Very good. As long as there isn't an unreasonable demand here, as long as you can meet it at a place that is anywhere reasonable, you just pay the money and keep him.
More Bills' terrible draft picks getting extended.
Yep.
I love it.
I love it. For all the issues with Bill, he was very good on the defensive side of the ball drafting guys, unless it was defensive backs in the second round. But everything else, he's been exceptional at.
Thank you.
All right, perfect time for me to come back because here we go.
Which we're on the CONS channel now, Pat.
Yes, we are on the CONS channel. I did hear that. That was very nice.
Yeah.
So welcome if you're new.
13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. the Las Vegas Raiders have selected Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia. A little surprising. They took a tight end awfully early last year, taking another one in the first round, but I do think that's pretty wild. Pretty wild decision to do that. But hey, I think that's interesting. So
I think sometimes you just take the best player available and don't overcomplicate it. If Bowers is the high, you need talent. If Bowers is the best guy on your board, you just take him and go from there.
Agreed.
Yep.
By the way, we are now officially on the CLNS YouTube page. So for those of you that are just tuning in on the YouTube page there, we appreciate you being here. It's me, Pat Lane, here with Matt St. Jean, and of course, our guy Murf. We have a bunch of other people that will be coming through at some point. And so, yeah, here we are. And we are 13 picks into the NFL draft. And not one defensive player has been taken yet. 6 quarterbacks have gone off the board. And oh my goodness, there's been some fireworks, some absolute fireworks. And look, someone pointed out, about the Penix thing, right? Was that, hey, Green Bay drafted Jordan Love when
Jordan Love wasn't 30.
Well, and it's not just that, but it's also right. Jordan Love was young.
Yeah.
And you knew he needed time. I think that, Penix is a little bit older. It just surprises me, man.
Is more time going to get Penix better? I don't think so. I think he's the most, what you see is what you get quarterback in this draft. But then again, like I said, I love his arm. And it's just somebody that I would like to see out on the field a lot sooner than they're going to be able to get him out on the field, unless, they're worried that, about injury at that position, junior's age.
Yeah. Yep. So, by the way, because we're with a new audience here, I just want to remind everyone, when you get on here, if you're watching, and thank you so much for watching, we appreciate it. We are raffling off tonight the official Patriots draft hat. Look at how sweet that thing is, dude. And then this, I mean, come on, look at that, dude. So sick. All you have to do is be subscribed to the YouTube channel and comment on the stream. We're going to put the names in a random name generator, fire up the wheel, and it will pick someone at random. And that's the case. And so, and someone will win. So, make sure you're commenting, make sure you're subscribed, and we'll go from there. Also, it says the Saints right now are on the clock, and they are looking to potentially trade back. And so, Pats Nation, a little Pats Nation shout out from my guy Shabzy. Loves it. But yes, so that's what we got. So seems as though that's going to happen.
I think our friend James Kirkham is across the pond.
Yes, he is. I was saying last year somebody won, and he was in England, and so Gary Sauerbutts actually was in England, and so I had to mail it out to him. And it was like I was saying, it was like $17 was the international thing. So, but I said, hey man, it's okay.
That's the deal.
So
if I won, Pat would make me drive over to his house to get it.
Right. Yeah. Brendan, you're right. Yes. Comment in the stream as in write in the chat. If you write in the chat, that's what I mean. Yep.
What do you call it? Apparently the Saints are listening on trade offers, by the way.
Yes. Yep. I did mention that, I think, right? Did I mention that?
We got a lot going on. I don't remember if you did.
No. I wanted to make sure I mentioned it because we do have a lot going on. I'm like, did I say that? Because I'm like, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Yes, and Gary's right. 6 weeks later, he got it. I mailed it out. I ordered it from Fanatics. Oh, I ordered him something. He won. He didn't win the draft hat. He won something. He won the trivia, and I mailed him something directly from Fanatics, and it never got to his house.
Wow.
And so I had to contact Fanatics. Fanatics is pretty good about it. I had to contact Fanatics. Then they were like, okay, fine. We'll send. And they sent me something. They sent him something else free of charge, and he got it. So that which was nice. That was good. But yeah, it was.
The Saints are sticking and picking here, apparently.
All right, there you go. All right.
I'm very curious because if they were looking to trade back, what the Saints need is a tackle.
Yeah.
So
kind of seems
they're
that
looking
way,
to trade back if they might not like the tackles, and if they don't like the tackles, then what are they going to do? Best defender? Is this a Byron Murphy spot?
Kind of feel like, I almost wonder, like, at some point you got to take a defender somewhere, right? Like, I almost wonder for the Patriots. I know that clearly they want, they're looking for a wide receiver or a tackle.
Saints went heavy defense last year, though.
That's true. That is true.
And
but so, can we also, can we count on the Saints to do something smart?
Great point. That's a great point. That's a very good point.
There's an underlying assumption that teams are going to do the rational thing, and I don't think we should make that assumption.
Right. Well, and that's, I think defensively, what's interesting to me about defensively is that you're 13 picks in and no defenders are off the board. 6 of those 13 picks have been quarterbacks. That means that guys that people are high on, right, are not going to get it. You know what I mean? And so that's
and all these quarterbacks coming off the board just forces this talent down.
Right.
How many quarterbacks have we had off the board now that those teams could have used that cornerback? They could have used the Murphy right there, and who couldn't use a Murphy right there? Yeah. And but no, and all of this is great for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Because of this talent on the defensive side, which we all know. Don't get me wrong, folks. I understand the Pats could use another cornerback with size. But this is pushing those offensive tackles down further. This is pushing those wide receivers down further. And we could end up, easily not needing to trade up. Like Matt was saying while you were off doing the wonderful dad thing. Pat's a great dad, folks. He really is. I'd like to go back and be as good a dad as Pat is.
Oh, I'm sure you're a great dad, Murf. Come on.
And
we know more about Butchie than we know about you.
Half the people 90% of the people that follow me for Butchie updates.
Right? See, you're a great dad.
But
future Red Sox.
But these guys are all falling down the board that the Patriots could need and use.
Yep. All right, here. One guy. There we go. One guy that the Patriots could have used that is not falling down the board. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints have taken Tali Fuaga, offensive tackle from Oregon State.
Yep.
Love it. Makes a ton of sense.
Right.
Draft an offensive lineman. I think wasn't a great fit for the Patriots because he's a right tackle and not a left tackle. So I think that's good for the Patriots. And again, and listen, I'm throwing this out there. I'm just throwing it out there for everyone. My last mock draft, I had Drake May going at 3. I had the Patriots trading 34 and a second-round pick next year for Troy Fashanu, the left tackle from Washington.
Right.
Now, if that's the case, and look, we're at pick 14, right? Offensive linemen have gone off. But again, we're starting to look at it and say, okay, no defensive players have gotten taken. At some point, there's going to be a defensive player taken, right? Is Indy taking a tackle? Probably not. Is Seattle taking a tackle? Probably not. Is Jacksonville might, but I don't know, right? And so you wonder, like, could he fall a little bit? And could the Patriots get aggressive and get back into the first round and say, hey, we didn't think that around pick 20, we were going to have a guy that had a chance to be here, right? And so you start to look at it, and Tyler Guyton's another guy where Tyler Guyton, and Rat Pack mentions we could get him at 34. That's possible. It could also happen that,
I'd rather
a run on tackles happens right now.
We get him at 22.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Looking ahead right now, too, the next 5 picks, it's the Colts, it's the Seahawks, the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Rams. all 5 of those could be defense. We could get a real quick run on defense here.
And the Jags will do something stupid because they're the Jags.
Well, it's maybe, but it's
they're the
probably
Jets of the South.
Well, I look at it. The Colts need corner. They could take whoever their top corner is. My bet would be Quinion Mitchell. You get to 16, the Jaguars. No, 16, sorry, Seattle. They got Mike McDonald out there. Yep. I look at any of these top edge guys, I think would be a fit for him. And there's the top 3 edge guys, but you got Chop Robinson, who I think would also be a fit for what they do. If they want to go edge or they want to go get Byron Murphy. Jacksonville needs secondary help badly. They can go get a top corner in this draft. Cincinnati, I think you can go a lot of ways, but going corner wouldn't surprise me there. And the Rams, Jayden. And then, if Byron Murphy's still on the board when the Rams pick, that's got to be the pick, I think.
Jayden can just play all over. He is like the super Belichick pick. He's
just a ball player.
He can do back there. He's just a football player. And I'm kind of surprised that I will be surprised if he doesn't go soon.
And he won't make it past Green Bay at 25 or like Detroit at 29. I think that's his floor.
Yeah. How about this tidbit here from Adam Schefter? The record for most offensive players to open a draft was 2021 with 7. They've now doubled that. 14 in a row. And so that's pretty wild. And again, the Colts might be sitting here at 15 saying, hey, we need to take the best defensive player, but they also might look at it and say, we need an offensive guy too. So you never know. Yep. You know what I mean? So lots of interesting things going on here. So
yeah, but there's a ton of talent, ton of top 25 talent left here, just at the cornerback position, talked about Mitchell, Arnold, Nate Wiggins, and of course everybody's favorite, name in this draft, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
That's right. And you got to think now, defensive players are tumbling down the board. Right. Like you look at all these top defensive players, and I like Dallas Turner's fine, but I never bought Dallas Turner as a top 10 draft pick. I don't know. He's fine, but he's not at the level that the other guys are, in my opinion.
Okay.
Edge rushing wise, at least.
Right.
Yeah. I thought Dallas Turner was going to end up in Atlanta because they need pass rushers, and he was the best scheme fit of the guys at the top.
That
Atlanta pick still mystifies me.
Yeah.
Your defense isn't good. You have a chance to draft a premier talent on offense, and you draft a quarterback, the position you paid $100 million to in free agency.
Yeah.
This is up there. If this goes poorly, this is going to be up there with like the Brandon Whedon pick.
You know what? And again, here's my thing, right? I really like Michael Penix. I do. I think Michael Penix is a really good quarterback. The issue that I have is that you met with him. You met with Michael Penix. Yeah. All this stuff happened before free agency opened. And then in free agency, you paid Kirk Cousins a crap ton of money.
Yep.
What are you doing? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Apparently, Kirk Cousins didn't know about this until the pick happened. They called him right before they called him the pick to let him know. He had an idea they might take a quarterback, but a quarterback in the first was...
And listen, and here's the thing, right? Horace Williams points out, Cousins is 35 and coming off injury. You're not wrong about that.
No.
You just paid the guy $100 million guaranteed. What are we talking about? Like, fine. You want to make the argument that Penix could start over him and he might be better and so on and so forth. That's fine. And I think I could theoretically get on board with that. But you can't sit there and tell me it makes sense to have signed a quarterback this offseason and then draft the guy at number 8 overall to replace him. Obviously, like they're going to replace him at some point. You don't draft a guy in the top 10 if you don't think he's going to start for you. He's not going to start this year. But are you going to sit him for 2 full seasons?
Yeah, this is more mind-boggling than if say Arizona grabbed J.J. McCarthy at 4.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
yeah. I mean,
Because at least you could trade.
Matt just pulled back that curtain because when he was talking about the money that they just spent, and Pat is just backing it up now. And the more I think about it, the more I want to scratch my head and say, what the actual fudge?
Yeah,
we are a family show. I'm being a nice family guy.
Hey, well, we appreciate that. We do appreciate that. Oh, and we got a trend breaker. We have a trend breaker.
That means this has to be
Who's
defense.
the first defensive player off the board?
Here we go. You ready for me, Matt?
I'm getting it ready now. Yeah, you can go for it.
I'm going to butcher this name. Oh, God. With the 15th pick in the NFL draft, in the 2024 NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts are selecting Latu, edge from UCLA. I butchered that, but that's okay. How's it pronounced, Matt? Correct me.
Latu.
Damn it! It was so much easier than I thought, and I blew it. I didn't follow my own damn rule. I'm a teacher, and the rule is keep it simple. Keep it simple, right? Like if you just sound it out and read it the way it looks, and I overthought it.
This is a great pick. Oh, go ahead, Matt. You wanna.
So there've been rumors all week about Latu falling out of the first round because he has some significant medical red flags.
All right. This is something I didn't know.
Yeah, he was forced to retire with a neck injury, transferred to UCLA, who cleared him and started playing there. The positive is of all the edge defenders in this class, he is the most technically refined.
Right.
He's the most polished. He is the best.
Hands
right
are
out
unbelievable. I mean, I have watched, almost every defensive snap that this guy has taken, and his hands are ungodly. I mean, he uses them like he is the Muhammad Ali of defensive ends. He really is. And there's no rope-a-dope in his game. This guy goes right after the quarterback on every single snap. We would have loved him here in New England.
Yeah,
he's a fantastic talent. I had no idea about what Pat's what.
He literally was forced to retire. Right? Where was that? Okay. Where was he?
Was that UW? Somewhere in the
Washington. That's what I thought. I thought it was Washington.
Yeah.
Was it Jordan Phillips? Was it Jordan Phillips or Jalen Phillips? I'm sorry, the kind of same thing, right? Like he was. They were like, no, the kid, and I think actually he was taken 15th by Miami, or he might have been taken 19th, but he was taken in the teens by Miami a few years back, and he's been really good for Miami. And I don't think he's missed a game from injury. And so, look, all these guys, and TD says one hit away from being done. All these guys are one hit away from being done, right? And so you take the best guy you can. And and you live with it. And if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. What are you gonna do?
Well, he had 23.5 sacks for the last 2 seasons. He's a very good pass rusher. I think the question marks with him, he's incredibly polished, but he's an okay athlete, and he's older. He's already 23 years old. Yeah, he's 23. He will turn 24 before the final week of the regular season. It kind of feels like you're getting a finished product. You're getting a guy who is probably not going to get too much better than he is right now, and a guy with the serious medical concerns. I don't hate him. I like him a lot.
Right.
I personally am not sure I see the scheme fitting Indy's defense, and Indy has a secondary that isn't very good, and I think this is not necessarily the best edge defender on the board, not necessarily the best edge defender fit-wise for Indy, and certainly not the best defensive player on the board. I think I'd have Quinton Mitchell and Terrion Arnold above this, and they're both bigger needs for Indy. So I'm a little confused, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it is strange. And like I said, I mean, the Jalen Phillips example, I think, is the best example because Jalen Phillips is a guy that, I don't know if he was like Latu had to medically retire, right? Like, I don't think Phillips was quite that bad, but there were some real question marks about Phillips about whether he'd ever play again. And he worked his way back. And again, he's been healthy. I think he's been healthy with Miami, right? Or at least mostly. He might have missed a game or two, but I think I'm pretty spot on with that. And so you look at it and say, hey, maybe this kid can do the same thing, right? But again, you worry about the fact that, can he stay healthy over the long term, right? And again, if he's a finished product, and maybe he is a finished product, he's pretty dang good finished product, right? And so that's the thing is that, like, you know, they're getting that, but I think you're right. And DJ Daniel says it too, and Matt, you've said it, and I believe Murf, you echoed it as well. Like, it is surprising they didn't go corner, especially when zero corners have gone off the board. You get your number one corner on the board right now.
Yeah, and it's I don't know. He reminds me of like Kyle Van Noy too in a lot of ways. I think he's more refined. But I think he plays the position in a slightly similar way, and it's like I gotta like him. He's good. He's not gonna be a bad player. Like I don't think unless the medical issues pop back up, I don't think this is gonna be a bad pick for the Colts. I'm just not 100% sold that this is the kind of guy you want to take at 15.
Right.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I agree. When there's this much talent still on the board, and you could literally have your pick of any defensive player in this draft. I totally agree with that.
Well, you know what I think is interesting here is that, you know, who's up next on the draft board? It's Seattle with Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator who used Kyle Van Noy, and he likes all those blitzes and things like that. And I think Latu would have been a great fit there. Yeah. So that I think would have made more sense. So now I'm very curious what Seattle does. I don't know where they're going to go here.
All right, listen, because we're on the CONS stream, we got to take another quick ad break. We got to do this a few times. We're a 5-hour show. We got to do this a few times. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back. We'll be back with you before the next pick is announced. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball, baseball, and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. You can pick LeBron, Aaron Judge, Connor McDavid, and Jude Bellingham all in the same entry. Prize Picks even offers injury insurance so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, Prize Picks will have your back and not count that as a loss. Now, this week, I'm actually going with Aaron Judge, Rafael Devers, and Bobby Witt Jr. to have over 1.5 total bases, and I'm going with Kevin Durant for more than 28 points and Nikola Jokic with more than 10 rebounds. Download the app today and use the code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, if you download the app today and put in the code CLNS, they will match your first deposit up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. All right. Okay. So pick. Oh, apparently the pick is in. So it says on the TV. Let's see what happens. I'm very interested to see where this pick is, and who Seattle takes. I'm hoping it's not Fashanu, because I'd love to see him continue to fall and the Patriots be able to move up and get him. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would love to see that. Of course, Cincinnati's in there at 18, but Cincinnati's not going to take a lineman because they don't need one.
We have quotes from Kirk Cousins, by the way.
Oh, baby.
Let's hear that.
This is a tweet from Jane Slater, who is a reporter for NFL Network.
I'm looking forward to having an older brother here on the team.
Wait, hold on. Before you read that. Hold on. Before you read that. Yes, sir.
Oh.
I threw it in the chat for you.
Thank you.
And here we go. All right, with the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, we're halfway through the first round. The Seattle Seahawks have taken Byron Murphy, defensive tackle from Texas, after having 0 defensive players in the first 14 picks. We've gone back-to-back defensive players. I thought he might be the first defensive player to go. Yep. He's an absolute stud at defensive tackle, just a monster of a man. And I think this is a great pick for them.
Yeah, I like this for Seattle. I think he's the best defensive player on the board, and got a new defensive coordinator. You give him a toy to play with, especially now that I think Penix would have been in consideration here, maybe if they're looking to move on from Geno Smith long term. And with that off the board, some of the other offensive options off the board, I think this was easy decision for them.
Yep. Yep, agreed.
Yeah, I like Newton out of Illinois a little bit more than Murphy. I'm sorry, I know that's a a sin against my family name. And but no, I think it's a great pick. I think it's a fantastic pick, and they're going to enjoy him out there in the land of the 12s.
Yeah, agreed. So, hey man, so there we go. All right, let's get to your Kirk Cousins quotes here.
Yeah.
I'll read the tweet here from Jane Slater. She says, "As we all sit in shock over the Atlanta pick, a source tells me Kirk Cousins, just as quote shocked and quote disappointed, never said anything to him or his reps about a quarterback in first round, despite suggesting they would. Still, quote, it's a business." So yeah, he's not happy about it, and I don't blame him.
Yeah.
The two things that you want to make your new quarterback think are shocked and disappointed, right? Those are the words you want coming out of his mouth before you've played a game.
Yeah, that's wild. I can't believe it. And again, like I said,
the franchise got up 25 points in the Super Bowl. I'll never understand.
Yeah, it just, you know what? To me, it doesn't make sense why you would sign Kirk Cousins, right? Kirk does not like that. That's good. I like that one. It just, to me, it doesn't make sense. Why sign Kirk Cousins if you're going to draft Michael Penix?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Why not go out and get him, somebody that he could use, somebody that could protect him, or somebody on the other side of the ball,
or trade back.
Yeah.
You can't tell me there wasn't some kind of offer on the board. So they have to love Penix. Like, there's no other explanation that they absolutely love him. And I like Penix. I don't see anything in his profile that.
Or they're worried about the investment that they made, and they don't care
about
their owner's money.
Why are you giving him $100 million guaranteed if you're this worried?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's the real part of it. By the way, I just got a DM. I'll pull this up. AWL Sabermetrics, my guy, AWL Sabermetrics on Twitter. Who follow him if you don't already follow him. The guy's great. But he DM'd me a video, and I just tweeted it out. It's of Terry Fontenot explaining the pick. Looks like he's explaining the pick to Arthur Blank, and it's not going over well with Arthur Blank. So
Arthur Blank's thinking, I passed on Bill Belichick for this.
Yeah.
Oh baby, Jacksonville has moved out of pick 17. The Minnesota Vikings are back on the clock at pick 17. Moved up from 23 to 17. How about that?
I love that I get to use this banner again. I don't have to remake my trade banner.
Let's go.
So I look at this, and I look at their defensive scheme. That relies heavily on corners. You can play in man coverage. And who's on the board? And I see this is Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell, just whichever one they like more.
That can't be right. Field Yates, that can't be right. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now I get it. I was like, wait a second. He updated it. Vikings traded for 17. They gave up 23, 167, and third and fourth round picks next year.
Wow.
Okay.
So it's a lot, but
I'm
assuming
again,
Jacksonville 23 now.
Jacksonville's at 23. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And so I think it makes a lot of sense for Minnesota. If you like a guy, if you want a corner, you're landing literally corner number one. Right. And so, yes, you're giving up, but you're realistically now, you're giving up 167, which is what? A fourth round pick, a fifth round pick?
Yep.
Who cares? You're giving up a third and a fourth next year, which is a decent amount. But it's not that much. Like, you're not giving up. You're giving up, hopefully Minnesota's looking at it and saying, hopefully we're giving up, a mid to late round, third round pick,
You're not going to have anything higher than the 70s in there. So message me whoever this is. But you're probably not going to have anything in the top 75 involved in that trade to move up and get whoever it is that they like here.
All right. Now I disagree, but that's okay. Now that I know who the pick is.
I mean,
I don't disagree, but here we go. All right, with the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings have selected Dallas Turner, edge from Alabama.
Wow.
Yes. There you go. Dallas Turner.
Now, do you know what I think makes a ton of sense here with this one? I will say. The other thing that Brian Flores' defensive scheme does a lot is they do a lot of blitzes, and they do a lot of 3-man rush with everybody dropping back into coverage. No edge defender at the top of this class got asked to drop into coverage more in college. Dallas Turner.
Yep.
Good point.
So if you want a guy who can win one-on-one matchups and then also drop into coverage for you, this is your guy. NFL does not like this corner class at all. I mean, we just had a couple. Jacksonville needs a corner. They passed on one. Indy needs a corner. They passed on one. Vikings need a corner. They go with a different defensive
they're
player.
all still out there. Those corners are all still there. So moving back just this slight amount, they'll still be able to get one of the top 3 corners in this draft, I think.
They will, but they don't. I mean, we are through the Christian Gonzalez pick now when 3 corners came off the board last year. We don't have a single one.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
I think I like Terry and Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell. I don't think they're Christian Gonzalez level quite, but Christian Gonzalez we all thought went too low too. We thought he was a surefire top 10 pick.
Right.
Yep.
Right. That's a great point. That's a great point about Gonzalez too.
Turner's somebody. He's not a great tackler. I don't think that he's great against the run, but as Matt said, he could, drop into coverage with the best of them, and we'll see. It's.
I'm surprised. TD said that he doesn't think Dallas Turner was projected to be, I think, the first defensive player off the board. He said he wasn't on anyone's
projected top 10 pick. If you're Minnesota, this is a guy at least you're thinking about at pick 11 if you don't get a quarterback. So to get him later on, I think is really good. I don't think this is a bad pick. I'm just surprised that they went edge rusher over corner. I like it for positional value. I just wasn't sure this was. This was the guy. I will say. I also you go ahead, Murf.
He goes forward and backward really well.
Yes.
Okay. He gets to the quarterback really well. He drops into coverage really well, and I can see the pick, and I know why some people had him in the top 10. I probably put him in the top. You got a top 15 talent here, without a doubt.
Yeah. That's true. By the way, can we just
pull a comment real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to bring this up because we're going to circle back to Patriots for a second. James Mycroft had asked about Brian Thomas, and we're talking about guys who are dropping in this draft. This only became, as far as I know, public info this week that apparently he has some kind of an existing injury at the moment that will require surgery after his rookie season. He and A.D. Mitchell were the 2 guys that people thought were probably going in the first round, and A.D. Mitchell is also a guy who apparently has been falling down draft boards. So for those looking for receivers for New England, I think the next receiver taken could be one of 6 or 7 different players, and it's kind of a crapshoot from here on out, the order in which the receivers actually come off the board.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I just want to circle back to Minnesota Atlanta for a second, because someone pointed this out, and I think it's so true. Bill Belichick, and what's his name? Joey Thornton was saying, Belichick avoided all this disaster in Atlanta. But if you're Arthur Blank, are you kicking yourself right now that you didn't hire Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
And because there's no way Bill Belichick lets that pick happen in number 8.
Right. Because everybody in those front offices was scared to death to have Bill in there.
Right.
They were all scared to death that they would be out of jobs because Bill does everything.
Yeah.
And this is what happens. This is what happens sometimes when, too many cooks spoil the soup. You can't decide on what you're going to do. And, it's obvious that a lot of people in that front office weren't happy about giving Kirk Cousins $100 million.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, but this is the other thing is that, I think if you're Atlanta, there's a lot of reasons you can be okay with not hiring Bill Belichick. He's a guy who hasn't had the greatest recent track record, who's older, and you may not like his assistants. That alone, forget anything else. Those are all perfectly legitimate reasons to say, hey, we just want to go with a different guy. But it sounds like McKay and Fontenot were the big guys behind this, and that's fine. But also that means those guys then have to make the right calls. And this is a risky call to make in that situation. Your team is supposed to be all in. I think you would have gone a number of different ways here for somebody.
All right, here we go. We got another one. See the chat?
Yeah, I do see.
With the 18th overall pick, the Cincinnati Bengals, I'm sorry, in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals are taking Amarius Mims, offensive tackle from Georgia. I like this pick a lot.
Yep.
Didn't they just sign Trent Brown, though?
Yep.
And
that's why
this makes so much sense.
Why it makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
You know, there was nobody out there. They were stuck with Trent Brown. They needed enough. They didn't think that they would get a top flight offensive tackle. Now Mims's ceiling is super high. He hasn't played a lot of football, but if I was them, I would roll this dice and take Mims. I love Mims.
Yeah. I like it. I really, really like Amarius Mims. And I'm telling you, my guy, Troy Fautano, keeps dropping. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there, Patriots. And TJ Pinder is asking about if he plays left tackle or right tackle. I believe he played right tackle in Georgia, but he's played like 8 total games. So I think for him, they feel like they're comfortable playing him on the right or the left-hand side, depending on what they need for him. So he's not super experienced. He's not polished at any position. And so you can mold him to be whoever you want him to be, I think.
Right.
8 career starts all at right tackle. He's on the younger side, too. He's going to turn 22 during the season, about a quarter of the way through the season. But yeah, 8 starts. And this is... If you like Trent Brown, now the Bengals have 2 of them. That's right. That's what this is. Which, when you got a guy who's good,
but this kid's a little more dedicated to his craft than Trent has been over the past few years. Yeah.
But you got 2 guys here who are big, good, and have had issues staying on the field. Which means if you can fix the issues with staying on the field, or you can make sure that at least one of them is healthy at any given time, you're going to be all set. And I think he's a good developmental guy too to sit behind. And he and Fashanu, I really like where they were selected as guys who can just sit and develop for a little bit and then probably become full-time starters in 2025.
Yeah, I agree. And so I'm interested to see what happens here and where it's going to go from here. But I like that pick a lot, man. I think it makes a ton of sense. And DJ's saying that people get too caught up in left and right tackle, but I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that.
As somebody that squatted in the mud for a very long time, it's 2 different hemispheres of your brain, and you're a very special person if you can swing tackle. If you're a swing tackle, there's a reason they put me in the middle of the line, because I couldn't do either. And but no, it is very different moving over to that other side. You're especially when you've played one side most of your life, moving over to the other side, it's a completely different drop. It's not a different skill set per se, but you want somebody different over there on that right side than you do on the left, unless you're grabbing a left-handed quarterback.
Yeah. Well, and someone was saying, and I forget who it was, so forgive me, but I forget who the guy was that was saying it, but he played left tackle, right tackle. I think it might have been Lane Johnson actually played right tackle, right? And was saying that one side of his body is way more sore than the other side of his body, because he plants with his inside foot. And so that left side has just taken a whole lot more, and that's just kind of what he's done his whole career. And so for him, do you look at it and say, okay, well now, go switch over to the left? And it's I just can't do it. Matt Light couldn't play right tackle. They brought him in, he couldn't play right. No. They put him over left tackle. He was incredible. So that's one of the things for me. Also, people are talking about Cooper DeJean, and I know Cooper DeJean is listed as a corner. course, my guy Troy Fautanu was listed as a guard on ESPN, but that's
Right.
wrong. But either way,
He's a tackle.
He's not a corner. Cooper DeJean, in my opinion, is going to play free safety in the NFL,
Right.
and I think he has the ability to play some corner, but I think primarily he's going to be a free safety. And by the way, the Patriots need a free safety, and so I think they'd be on board with that if he drops to 34. Right now, the only problem is that would they be okay doing that when there's if there's tackles and wide receivers sitting there? But we'll see.
Yeah. But somebody had asked in the chat clarification on the Brian Thomas injury. It's not, as far as I know, it's not keeping him out for the season. It's one of those he can play through and then he'll get surgery to repair after. It's a shoulder injury, and I'm totally forgetting what the nature. It's a relatively common injury. I'm totally forgetting what it's called.
Yeah, I think it was a shoulder injury, right?
It's shoulder, yeah.
Yeah.
I think DeJean could play.
I think DeJean could play corner. I do.
But
I think he can play outside corner. I think he can play the slot, or I think he could play center field out there. But I think, Pat, with the rotation that they have here, and I think, things are going to stay. They'll evolve a little bit, but they're basically going to be running the same schemes out there on the defensive side of the ball. I think he would fit in here fantastically.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, what I do, another thing I think it's interesting if DeJean were to come to New England is that, if you were going to go back to the old Seattle Seahawks cover 3 defenses, one of the things that made them really good was having a pair of outside corners who were very rangy and athletic and could cover a lot of ground. And if you had Cooper DeJean and Christian Gonzalez in those roles, Duggar and Peppers in the middle of the field, you still need the free safety part. But I think those fill those roles really well. And, the NFL is cyclical. We all talk about cover 2 and cover 4 and how that's the big thing these days. And I'm sure it will be until somebody does, somebody's going to crack a code and we're going to go back to the single high within the next 5 years.
I've been a quarters guy for years. I love quarters.
Quarters, I mean, you listen to Ernie Adams on the podcast talking about how they ran quarters to beat Peyton Manning. Quarters against teams that would just want to throw the ball. It works. As long as the players execute it, it's going to work every time, especially the modern match versions of it that get used. But even, cover 3, cover 1, single high stuff can also be very, very good. So, I mean, I would love DeJean in New England. I wouldn't take him over some other guys who might be there. I think taking him at 34, if there's receiving talent that you like there or an offensive tackle you like there, it's just too much of a luxury pick for me. But from an X's and O's perspective, I'd be excited about what the defense would look like. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The Rams are on the clock right now, by the way.
Rams for the first time. They just tweeted out the Titanic meme where it's like, it's been 84 years since they were on the clock. Literally, Jared Goff was the last time they drafted a player in the first round. It's insane. Complete insanity. But it looks like they're going to pick at 19.
Talking about corners, though, man. What do you guys think of TJ Tampa? Do you know much about him?
No opinions, because when I've scouted corners this year, it's been the depth guys they might take in the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds. So Tampa is the guy who has totally escaped me. I haven't watched a single snap of his.
Okay, I thought maybe.
What are your thoughts?
I like him. I like him at the bottom of the 2nd round, top of the 3rd round. I think that's where he could go. And it's just, he's to describe. He's like watching water. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He just flows to wherever the ball is. And once again, we're getting back to like footwork. His footwork isn't perfect, but again, like with a quarterback, you can fix that with a cornerback as well.
Exactly.
He's somebody who can come in here, work on the other side of Gonzalez, and this defense would only get better.
Yeah. Hey, I'm down with it. All right. Another pick. Here we go. With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams are finally making a first-round pick. They are taking Jared Verse, defensive end from Florida State.
Wow.
I mean, listen, here's a guy that he's a beast. He's a beast. He's really good. I like him quite a bit. And you're getting him at 19. I mean, Verse was a guy that was projected to go in the top 15. And so getting him here at 19, I think is a nice get for them for sure.
Well, he was a projected top 5 pick coming into the season. Freak athlete, traditional even front defensive end.
Yeah. He wins with how strong he is, though. He's his arms aren't very long, but a good solid pick. You could do a lot worse than him right here.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be a 1-for-1 replacement of Aaron Donald. Nobody is, but different position on the line. But I like that they're going right back to the defensive line. And I know there were some people who said, "Hey, it's Sean McVay's first round pick and forever. They're definitely going to go offense." I'm not surprised at all that they went defense. But you got Sean McVay, you can plug 3rd and 4th rounders into your offense and make it work.
When I'm thinking about guys on the defensive line, I want those hard hat kind of guys, and that's what he is.
Yeah, agreed. I like that. Pittsburgh's on the clock here at 20. You gotta think it's got to be a corner, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't have any corners.
They have nobody.
Well, they don't have good tackles either, right?
Well, they drafted Broderick Jones last year.
Yeah.
And so I guess theoretically, but I mean, I guess if you want to draft a right tackle,
some depth, and there's right tackles out.
But they have nobody
in that secondary.
Not just
cornerback. That secondary is terrible. They could also go linebacker here.
Remember, they got Swiss cheesed by Bailey Zappi last year.
Right.
So I mean,
yeah. But their starting left tackle is Dan Moore.
Yeah, I know. So, you're not wrong. Wait, Broderick Jones played right tackle last year? I thought Broderick Jones was a left tackle.
He's a left tackle.
He's their right tackle on this.
Okay. Well, that's
all right.
All right, listen, we have some little Jets talk.
Because Junior came here because they drafted Jones to replace him. So that's right.
That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Little Jets talk. It's my guy, Paul Boy Green, man. What's this Paul Boy Green? We're not calling
whatever you feel comfortable with. Yeah, that's right. We're friendly.
The Jets didn't screw it up. Unbelievable. They didn't screw it up. How good are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's funny because I was watching the NFL Network broadcast. So the Jets get to 10, and then Daniel Jeremiah immediately goes, "Boy, I don't care if this is true or not. Whoop, Vikings. Oh, my phone's blowing up. You better hurry up." And it was funny. And then all of a sudden you see the trade graphic. I'm like, no friggin' way. And I'm like, man, I wonder how much they juiced out of the Vikings, because obviously there's no world that the Jets were taking J.J. McCarthy. But Joe Douglas in his presser shortly after said his phone was blowing up. So maybe that's blowing smoke up everyone's skirt, or it's true that because Denver ended up going with Bo Nix. So maybe that ended up being genuine in terms of that quarterback interest. But to pick up ultimately a 4th, they have 3 4ths now, a 5th. They moved up a little. The Zach Wilson pick that they just got gets now kind of like lost in the shuffle because that gets sent over to Minnesota. It's a great move. The Jets back up. I kind of evaluated. I loved Olu. Olu is my second favorite tackle in this class. I love the purity of the left tackle thing. All the other guys are rights, and you have to kind of project, and that could be a dangerous game. We'll see how it works with Joe Alt, because Rashawn Slater's not jumping over to the right side at 5. So Olu's a guy I liked a lot. So to be able to move back a pick and still get Olu and get everything else, to get that premium insurance, I think Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses I love them as starters, but now to have that ultimate insurance policy with the number 11 overall pick, it's a blessing.
Well, and I think this sets you up nicely too, because Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be here for that much longer, and now whenever you draft a quarterback of the future, in theory, you should have your franchise tackle that he can play behind, and that's one less issue that will have to be like you have your wide receiver 1, you have your franchise tackle, and in 2 years or 1 year or whenever it is you're going for a quarterback, you got a supporting cast.
It's compelling. I would just add that, Matt.
Now.
Yeah, go ahead, Murf.
As they have now, they end up trading or signing another free agent quarterback. They're good to go because like you said, these offensive tackles, these offensive linemen don't move around, and you see these quarterbacks just skating all over the NFL. every single year now.
Yep.
100%. And I will just say, again, to the first point that Matt made about it, is that you have your left tackle, and who better to learn from? I consider Tyron Smith, and maybe it's different strokes for different folks. I think he's one of the best left tackles of this generation. He's an absolute stud, a superstar. He's going to moonwalk into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, a spectacular guy. And for Olu, again, he doesn't have to start immediately. The Jets have their 5 starters in pencil right now, so Olu doesn't even have an immediate starting job, and I'd be surprised, quite frankly, if ultimately he was beat out in any other way for that potentially. So he gets to learn behind Tyron, and if Tyron kind of walks off into the sunset after 1 year, Olu's job next year. If Tyron comes back on another 1-year deal, there's more opportunities for it. So really exciting stuff.
All right. Yeah, I mean, all right. We'll pause the Jets talk for a little bit because with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have crushed my hopes and dreams and have taken Troy Fashanu, tackle, screw you, Mel Kiper, tackle from Washington.
Wow. I love
that pick.
He's better than Dan Moore, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point. Yeah.
And I'm surprised because there were some medical red flags that came out on his knee apparently this week that could have been just BS that came out. So I heard that, which could have contributed a little bit to the slide. I mean, the versatility is obvious to be able to play anywhere. The Steelers lost their center, so I don't know if Fashanu will play there. But Mel Kiper was kind of singing that recently, that he thinks he could play any position on the offensive line. So could even go in that direction. But yeah, I love that pick. Steelers making a Steelers pick, not surprising.
Yep, agreed. And it's, 2 years in a row they've drafted offensive line in the first round. And, I just think it makes sense. You build through the draft on the offensive line, start with the lines and go from there. So, but I'm excited about it. I hate it. I hate wanting Fashanu here in New England, but that's okay.
Yep.
So Paul, let's talk a little Patriots. Okay.
Oh yeah, baby.
How do you feel about Drake May now being in the division? Of course, I think that, Drake May's probably not going to play much this year. But what did you think about Drake May as a prospect, and how do you feel about him being in New England now?
I'll be honest. I'll give you the Jet fan perspective. As soon as the season ended, the fear was like winning that Patriots game would hand Drake May a silver platter to Patriots fans. So that was the initial thing back in whenever that was, January. And then as the process kind of evolved, it seemed like, whoa, Jayden Daniels is the one going to. The Patriots are still going to get Drake May. Is that good, bad, indifferent? What's that all over the place? The only thing I fear, and it'll be interesting because we haven't seen this forever in New England land, again, unless you count Mac Jones, is that are they going to press the big red button in the middle of the room, which almost everyone does outside of Patrick Mahomes? You have him where he only played that last, game that didn't matter in his rookie season or Jordan Love's or what have you. There's very limited examples where, the Jaguars with Blake Bortles just said, oh, no, he's never going to play. Then he ends up playing. So, that's the big red button in the middle of the room. I'm curious if the Patriots do, because I heard Daniel Jeremiah talking about, I'm sorry to bring this one up, the 6-0 win that the Chargers had in New England land, and just the nastiness of Patriot fans going, oh, there's no hope or inspiration. What the hell's going on here? So I imagine for Patriot fans are celebrating tonight. They're like, ooh, the golden prize here, the golden goose. This is Drake May, Jacoby Brissett. Let's get Drake May's ass out there. That's normally the pressure that's cooked up from fans. I think Drake May, like everybody else, he would benefit from kind of sitting back, and you think you would have that opportunity with the Jacoby. So I think he's super talented. It's all about the offensive staff. As long as you don't have, Joe Judge and Matt Patricia working the offense, I think he's got a halfway decent chance. Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah. That's a great point.
But I'm glad so bad. My only memory of that Pats Chargers game is Quentin Johnston dropping a wide open pass. I don't remember anything else.
Yeah.
And that could have been from any Chargers game this year. That could have been a transplant memory from something else. But
that's true.
By the way, if anybody, what do you call it? If we want to laugh at Adam Schefter for a second,
sure. Okay.
We all know how strangely worded his tweets are, right? Especially on draft night.
Oh, what happened?
I brought my attention to this one. This is a fun one. Sean Payton wanted and intended to draft Patrick Mahomes in the 2017 draft when he held the 11th overall pick. He was ready to turn in the card. but before he could, the Chiefs traded up to the Bills' spot at 10 and took Mahomes one spot before Peyton got him, leaving the Saints to draft Marshawn Lattimore. Peyton feels as strongly about Bo Nix as he did Mahomes.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. Man, Adam
I've heard the
Schefter.
story. I will say, like, I heard it from years ago from Breer, who told us about the Peyton Mahomes story. So I think there's legs to it. But this Nix, I feel just
come on.
I mean, come on,
man.
Hey, you got to stay in the good graces, I guess. But my God,
I'm glad we're starting with realistic expectations for the sixth quarterback off the board.
Right. I mean, that's just
on the top 12 picks. I mean, holy crap! I did not have that on the bingo card today. I'll tell you that.
No.
What do you think about Penix to Atlanta?
Yeah.
I love Penix. I'm going to be honest. On my radio show, my intern asked me, like, this week leading into draft content, like, basically where are these quarterbacks going to be in 10 years? Like, how would you rank them of how their careers are going to go? And the number one quarterback I said is going to be Michael Penix Jr. I friggin' love Michael Penix. I think he's going to be a stud. And it works out in Atlanta because I know he's an older prospect, so maybe that thing will scare people off because of the Cousins run. When he finally gets out there, it would be Brandon Weeden age by the time it's on the field. But the team is just set up, man. So eventually, whenever he gets that opportunity, although Kirk is normally, outside of this Achilles, he's normally super healthy. So I don't know when we're ever going to see Penix. But I love the player. I love the fit down there. And he just lets it loose. Oh, God. He's just so tantalizing as a prospect. If the Jets were in a different position, I would have wanted him.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's my best thrower in this draft. He throws the best ball in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of what you think about the talent around him and the steps that he took when he moved out there, compared to earlier in his career, I wasn't worried about his knees at all anymore. That wasn't a concern to me. I would have liked the Patriots to get him at the bottom of the first round or in the second round, but these guys ladder climb so much every single year. And I just, Matt brought it up earlier. I don't understand what Atlanta was thinking after shelling out this kind of cash to Cousins, unless they're afraid that he's broken down. And if you were, why would you give him this kind of money? Penix is gonna, if Cousin plays out this contract, Penix could be looking. You could be looking at giving this guy a monster deal to keep him in Atlanta, and he might have only played 14 games.
Right. That's wild. And, I will say it's worth it just for the fact that we've now gotten two Brandon Weeden mentions on the broadcast. So, I mean, it's worth it just for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
can I? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say the big thing for me is the Cousins. Like, the Cousins part of it is what I don't like. You want to draft Michael Penix at number 8. Like, I get it. I see it. I worry about the injury history, and I worry about how well he's going to hold up and everything like that. But, like, I get it. He's a stud, right? And I'm okay with taking him. I just feel like, why the hell are you paying Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed? Like, what are you doing? Especially since that happened after, like, you've already met with these guys.
Right.
Like, what are you doing? That's crazy to me.
Now, what I do like about this is that, Penix isn't always the most precise quarterback. He can spray a little bit when he throws, but he isn't afraid to give his receivers chances. And when two of your top guys are Kyle Pitts and Drake London, bigger receivers who have the big catch radius and can go make plays on the ball in the air, I think stylistically that's a fit. If you wanted the closest thing to having, Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk in terms of two size guys who can win matchups for you in the NFL might be what they're doing in Atlanta. So
I just
Kyle Pitts fantasy stock up, baby. About damn time. Jesus.
I just want to point out
for 2 years from now.
This is the only live draft show that anybody in this country or anywhere else on the planet could tune into and hear a Rome Ordonez quote twice, and Todd Blackledge was invoked tonight.
Very nice.
I like
good
it.
variety
like
of the
it.
diet here.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Another one.
Okay.
The Miami Dolphins, with the 21st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, select Chop Robinson,
Wow.
D-end from Penn State.
Wow. It just sucks what happens. Think about the Jalen Phillips thing, Bradley Chubb. That just sucks. Both of those injuries happen super late in the year. Who knows when they're coming back? That's brutal.
That's right. Phillips did get hurt. That's right. Yeah. Phillips did get hurt last year. That's right. That's right.
At MetLife, right?
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Ironically enough. Of course it was. The Black Friday game. Yeah.
Of course.
At the end of the game, too, they should have clearly pulled their stars. They were kicking the Jets' ass. Yeah. Stop me if you've heard that before. And they still had him out there. And he blew, and you just saw it immediately. And you just, I knew because of, unfortunately, all the Jets' Achilles injuries over the years, you knew immediately it was over. Brutal.
I don't get this pick when you have the offensive line that the Dolphins do and some good offensive linemen on the board. I guess I probably would have gone corner above edge defender for needs for them.
Yeah. Well, again,
what I'm saying is that the NFL does not like the corners this year. You know, we've had multiple teams that could have a need at corner pass on these guys.
Yeah.
So
and again, like Chubb and Phillips are both recovering from injuries. That's true. But you also have Chubb and Phillips. Like we're not, we're not talking about just this year.
Yeah, right.
So it's like you're drafting a guy in the first round when the first corner is still on the board, when you have offensive line talent still on the board, and you're drafting a guy who's an edge rusher when you have edge rushers. It's just strange to me.
It works for me in the AFC East. Miami, keep doing that. A+.
But I mean, look at who they have on the edge right now, and the contracts that they might be looking at to come up, and to take Chop right now would it's looking into the future. I think.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it's looking into the future.
You might be right. And listen, I mean, honestly, if the guy
and he needs coaching, Chop Robinson needs coaching. Okay,
and what it all
he hasn't gotten a lot of it.
Right. Can the guys play? If the guys can play, it doesn't matter. Right. Who cares what position they play? If they're studs, then you'll find a way to get them on the field. You know what I mean? So that becomes one of those things where it's like, if you looked at this guy and think he's the best player, well, what are we going to do? You know what I mean?
100%. So I like the player, but the fit seems kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say,
honestly, I like Isaac more than I like Chop Robinson. I just, put him and get him some lasagna, get him some freaking Italian bread, and let's go. Yes, I am the Irish Italian.
Okay. Hey, I'm Irish Italian too. Yeah,
me too.
Look at that. I will say,
I'm 100. You guys didn't know that I was imported. I was born in Ireland, but I came here to find good Italian food.
Did you find it?
There you go.
Oh, look at me.
Good point.
With Chop Robinson, I will say his get off is insane. He's a great speed rusher. So if you're Miami and you know that you're going to be in a lot of high scoring games and you're going to might be playing with the lead, this is a guy who's, I think, really good in that situation when he can just tee off on opposing passers. He's a good player, but
yeah. I think he's a phenomenal athlete, and I think he'll get the coaching down there, unfortunately, that he needs.
Right.
Hopefully not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now Philly's sitting on the clock with a need in the defensive back. Again, another team with a need in the defensive backfield. Mm-hmm. And you just feel like it's got to be a corner here. And whether it's Jayden, who, again, we said can play really anywhere, I think he might be best suited long-term at free safety. But I think he has the ability to play pretty much anywhere in the defensive backfield. Or whether they go with, Mitchell from Toledo, or whether, even McKinstry,
Arnold.
Or even Terry Arnold, right?
Terry Arnold is still on the board.
Top 10 pick, right?
How do the Eagles keep getting away with this? I mean,
do we think they're going to take? They might not take secondary though. The way this draft has been going,
maybe
Howie always goes
draft board every year for being fun. Because I hear it's fun to play there, so
Howie always goes for the what do you call it? The high positional value things. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So look a guy like Johnny Newton here wouldn't surprise me one bit. If they're okay with the medicals on any of the receivers, that also wouldn't shock me here either. I don't think they're going to take a tackle.
Yeah.
Jackson Powers Johnson. I don't think they would go Jackson Powers Johnson this high.
Our guy Matt Manito.
Oh, Matt Manito. What's up?
Oh, he said he knows a guy in the Broncos scouting department. Yeah. I hope Nix works out for him as well. I'm not confident, but for his sake, I hope,
I don't think Nix is going to be a bad quarterback. No. I just also don't think he's going to be a good quarterback.
Well, that's the issue. Right.
Yeah. I think he's destined to live in the Jacoby Brissett to Jimmy Garoppolo range for his entire career.
That's the kind of guy you want to draft 12th overall. Nice.
Exactly. Yes. When you also don't have a good team and you also don't have a lot of picks too.
And they don't even have any wide receivers. They just traded. Well, I mean, they have Cortland Sutton, but
Cortland
just
still. But that seems like that could be gone. Yeah, soon enough.
It's crazy. So
we're getting down to it. None of us here are really used to drafting this high and trying to fill in, and talk about all these other draftings. We're usually sitting here with bated breath for Bill to trade out into the second and third round.
Although Paul's used to it. Paul's used to trading.
I wasn't going to say that.
I appreciate that. That's it.
I was going to wait. I was going to wait for Paul to leave.
I appreciate the implied kindness there. Very nice.
I got something for you, Boy Green. I think you'll like.
Yeah, shoot, baby.
Bo Nix, only 6 months younger than Zach Wilson.
I love those because it just who was it else? Because Penix is older. There was someone else too. Yeah, I love when they bring that up. They did it for Sam Darnold forever. Oh boy, look at a couple of months. All right, we're jumping on it here. So it's hilarious. So hey,
well,
maybe maybe it is the Jets joke though. Maybe they're the low hanging fruit. He ends up in Denver. He starts at Ben DiNucci, Bo Nix, and Jarrett Stidham. Maybe he could find a way. I don't know. That's probably his best chance. And all of a sudden, Sean Payton works his magic, and the Jets look like idiots. I've seen that story before. Could happen.
I can't imagine. I don't think you have anything to worry about.
But
Yeah.
No, I just go back to the old North Dallas 40 line. Do you speak Canadian?
Yeah.
And
Murf with the old school references tonight. I love all the old school. You can always depend on Murf for making the references that only people over 45
that only Murf would know, and everybody else is like, what? Huh?
Listen, I know North Dallas 40, so it's fine.
Every football fan should.
I'm with you. Hey, Paul, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for coming through. We really appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. I know you're a Jets guy. We still like you, though. We still like you. And again, the Jets didn't screw it up. Congrats on a nice first day. You pick up an extra few picks in there as well. And I actually think it's better to trade that pick away that you got for Zach Wilson, because now it's just wiped from existence.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
I agree. Nice. And also, make sure you guys stay on late. I saw Gerard Mayo saying, "Hey, we might be jumping back in." So
we're not going. We're not going anywhere, baby. We're going to be here to the long haul.
All right, I love it. So, cheers to you guys and Drake May and the new Patriots era. Gerard Mayo, I love him. So, hopefully, he ends up doing awesome for you guys. So, thanks for having me on. We'll have to do this again soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Appreciate it, man. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, can't wait, guys. See you.
All right, see ya. That was great. That was great. All right, here we go. All right, with the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles have selected Quinyon Mitchell, corner, Toledo. The freaking Eagles do it again. For the love of God. For the love of God. I can't. How? Right? It's like the Aaron Paul gift. He keeps getting away with it. How do they keep getting away with it?
Here's the thing. I don't know if I have that reaction, because this dude fell 10 spots further than he was supposed to in the consensus, and multiple corner needy teams passed on him. I like his profile a lot. I think he's good, but just that fact concerns me just a little bit.
But then again, every other corner is in the same boat.
Yeah, I'm concerned about all of them.
I think he's a cornerback one. I think it was a great pick.
Yeah.
The numbers he's put up over the past 2 years, you would think that he was dating somebody at PFF. Honestly, and it's true. He's a fantastic pick. He's a good. I'm glad he's not in our division.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we go from one AFC East rival to another. Hey, Spence, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? How's it going?
Doing good. We're doing good. We're out here. We're enjoying ourselves. We're loving the fact that we have a brand new quarterback that everyone's comparing to your quarterback. So, maybe one day he'll be as good as, his older brother Josh. That'd be awfully nice, wouldn't it?
And it'll be fun. It would make for a lot of fun football in the AFC East. And I think for me, one thing that I'm actually enjoying just in general about the division over the last couple of years, and I know for you guys, it felt like the Patriots were kind of taking a back seat. Well, I mean, beating you guys have been good for me too, but I'm just saying in general, I know, I feel like, because the Jets, I know it didn't quite go last year the way they wanted it to with the injury to Aaron Rodgers, but it feels like this division is going to be tough just overall. It's going to be one of those things where for the next few years is going to be good competitive football all the way around. And I'm just excited about it because, I do, as a Bills fan, I feel like, okay, we're here. I know Stephon Diggs is gone and whatever. We're going to figure out a receiver. We're going to talk about it. I'm mad right now. Pat got an accidental text because I was going off. I'm mad about something and he laughed. But so I will talk about that in a minute. But I just think that the Bills are still going to be there. I think Miami is kind of in the same boat. They know they're going to be there. I think you guys feel like this is a move that you want to make. So you're making improvements. You're making the steps. I think the coaching staff, everything that I see outside looking in, I'm like, I kind of like their moves. I don't like that. I like it. I like that you got your quarterback, tonight, but you also brought back something who I appreciated very much once he left your team. And I don't know. I love a lot of the moves that you guys are making. Sorry for my dogs.
That's quite all right. We love the dogs. We love the pups. They just got to come on camera the next time. You know what I mean? That's all. But no, you're right. And I will say, like, it is fun. Listen, for a long time, the Patriots beat up on the AFC East, and the AFCs could never keep up with the Patriots. But I do think it's more fun when all the teams are good and they're all fighting for position and they're all being competitive with each other. And look, the Patriots right now, they can't compete with the other teams in the division, and the Jets are the Jets, and so we'll see what happens with them. But on paper, the Patriots can't compete with the Jets. But I think that this is for the Patriots, they're trying to do it the right way, where it's the slow build. Let's build it up. Let's see what we can get. We're not giving up draft picks to move up. Now, they might give up a draft pick to move up at some point at the end of this first round. They kind of alluded to that. That might be a possibility. I think Tampa, by the way, makes a ton of sense for that, but we'll see what happens there. But, but they're not mortgaging the future right now. They understand that they're still building things. And so, I like the process from them. And I think that the AFC has an opportunity in the next few years to be one of the strongest divisions in the NBA, in the NFL. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know it's time for you. It's the playoffs. You're with the Celtics. I know, but no, I agree with you. I think that the AFC East, man, is I think this division is going to be what everybody thought. I'm not saying this year. I think you got maybe another year or two before it really develops into that. But this division is going to be what everybody thought the AFC West was going to be when Russell Wilson. Wilson, see, I'm doing the same thing when Russell Wilson went out there and. So I feel like this is what it's going to be. So I'm excited for it, man. How I didn't get a chance to catch everything the full 3 hours. So were there any surprises for you guys? What shocked you so far, or is everything falling kind of how you?
The lack of defense.
Penix?
Lack of defense taken in the first round, and but what Matt
and Michael Penix,
Penix is wow.
All right. Speaking of surprising a little bit, we have another pick. I don't know if it's super surprising, but here we go. With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver from LSU. I know that isn't you off, Spence. And that's I'm interested here because
welcome to the last 20 years of my life.
Yeah, right.
It just doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so I get it, and there's a ton of talent on the offensive side of the ball in this draft. You're going to have a lot of depth in the wide receiver position, but you got rid of Stephon Diggs, and I get why. You could see Josh Allen. You could tell he's lighter. he's happier. You could just tell that things feel better for him around one Bills drive. But regardless of what you want to say about his attitude and all that, Stefon Diggs is still a top, whatever number you want to put him at, he's in the top upper echelon of wide receivers in the NFL.
Right.
You have to replace as much of that production as you can. And right now, you missed out on the big three. You're missing out on like the fringe of the big three, the big five guys. I don't know, man. Like, and I'm just, as much as I love Brandon Beane, I've gotten to the point where I feel like, this whole trust the process thing is starting to get, it's just a little played. And I know, as Patriots fans, it's like, well, yeah, we got Super Bowl, so I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to say. But for Bills fans, it's like, you get tired of being close. You get tired of being close after.
Here's the thing I will say about this is that Brian Thomas has the injury concerns. Right. And
but Mitchell also has the diabetes concern, right? Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't that the gentleman with the diabetes?
I don't think it's crazy to have somebody who isn't Brian Thomas or AD Mitchell as your wide receiver 4 this year. I think, especially with some of the concerns, you get to this point and it's totally, the next 5 or 6 receivers off the board to me are similar in value to a degree, and it's just about fit and how you like the personality. So,
I think they could look,
especially. I don't know if I'm like, Jacksonville doesn't have the greatest track record with these guys either.
No.
So like,
or any guys for that matter.
Not true.
Yes,
but I think they could look. I think they could look at Xavier Leggett, right? Maybe Xavier Worthy, although I don't think he belongs there. But you never know. Like that's
Troy
a
Franklin.
Troy Franklin
with the arm that Josh has, to have a guy with the speed of Troy Franklin who actually can run a route, unlike number 11 for the Patriots, he can actually run a route, and so that helps, I think, and so it gets. I can see that pick making sense. And so there are still a good amount of players there for Buffalo if they want to, maybe move up a few spots, maybe even sit at 28 and just kind of see how the board comes to you.
I don't think Franklin's a number 1, but he's definitely a high-end number 2 guy. And and I he's just so smooth. He just plays so smooth.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know. I like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot, but I also don't know if this is the guy that I'm looking at saying, oh God, like I can't believe we didn't get him. And I might be wrong about that, but that's kind of how I feel about that.
I'm saying from what's left in the draft for to me, what I'm looking at as far as production wise, what I feel like is left, that Josh Allen is going to be able to replace what we lose with Stefon Diggs gone.
Yeah, that's
my reaction there. My real reaction was the fact that we got all of this extra draft capital and we didn't use it to trade up to try and get one of the top guys. That's my real frustration. You saw the real frustration in the DM.
But do you think Buffalo was looking at it like we need to fill so many spots and so many holes that trading up right now for one of these guys would hurt us in the long run? No,
I think what's really happening is if you actually take a look, like outside of my emotions, if you take a step back and you look at the way the offense looked after the Buffalo Bills made the change from offensive coordinator, when we made that whole switch, the offense looked completely different and we were better. The ball moved better. We ran the ball better. Dalton Kincaid got more involved. You see Khalil Shakir is looking pretty good in the offense as well. And Stefon Diggs' numbers did suffer. They did go back and the offense still succeeded. So I think the Buffalo Bills are looking at this like, look, if a guy just so happens to fall to us, hallelujah, we'll take it. But I think we have a plan for our offense and we're going to work that plan and we're going to have the offense look the way that it does. And so I just think that they're comfortable with however this thing is going to fall. That's why they didn't move up. But fan, I'm trying to, this is just my emotions. I gotta. Will
you be disappointed if they go on the defensive side of the ball with all the talent that's still out there that's fallen down this far?
I will, because I know there's a ton of conversation that they're actually looking at a safety, and that who is it? Cooper DeJean. Yeah. So I've been getting text message. Like, I mean, my Bills insiders is like, hey, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing everything. So I hope not. I would be very upset I would be very upset. But at the same
You're getting a
time,
hell of a player if you do. You've got somebody that can play in, any position in the defensive backfield, and it makes you super versatile and quite deep. And
that's understandable. That's understandable. But when the biggest need right now, and I don't want to keep harping on the fact that we lost Stephon Diggs, but what I fear happen when you look at what happened with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers over the years. Aaron Rodgers, we knew how good he was, and he kind of elevated certain guys around him. And then he, wasn't a first rounder, but he finally got Devontae Adams, so that was his guy. But they never really made sure. Like, they never said, you know what, Aaron, we know that we have a generational talent here for a certain amount of time for your career. That's all you got. Let's make sure we go and get the guy. Let's go get a guy as often as we can that can benefit your talents. I think the Buffalo Bills will be doing a disservice to Josh Allen. They'll be doing a disservice to their season ticket holders by not making sure that they provide Josh Allen with the weapons necessary to compete with Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and all these other guys. I mean, you got Miami in your division, and the offense is scary. And if the Bills don't, you're going to have to score.
I understand. I just think about football in a different way. Okay,
yeah, right.
You saw it with New England for 20 years. Everybody trying to catch up to and outscore what the Patriots were doing, instead of figuring out a way to stop them and building your defense. Right. And that's the way. I after 20 years of Bill Belichick, maybe it's I'm brainwashed a little bit, but I think stopping that high-powered offense is easier than trying to keep up with it.
And that's fair. That's fair. But my question to you is, because I think that you could say that for certain teams, but I think when you're looking at like the teams in our division and you look at what the Bills just went through, because if you get a safety, the Bills lost more than a safety this year. We let go of a lot of key guys that have been foundational pieces in the success that the Bills have had over the last several years now. So, when you're looking at that, I agree with you about depth there. But when you're talking about stopping the other team, you need more than just the replacement of Jordan Poyer. You're going to need more than that this year on defense.
Yeah. But I will say, I think if you're looking for receivers here, it's a very deep draft for it. And I think Buffalo needs multiple guys. So I wouldn't be surprised here if the strategy is, especially if you got an elite defender on the board when the Bills come on the clock, take a defender there and take receiving options with your second and third round picks, or even use 3 picks if you want to mix a tight end in there somewhere, if there's someone that's good. And as you know, with Stephon Diggs, who was a day 3 pick coming out of college, you can get high quality receivers later in the draft. I firmly believe that unless you're picking in like the top 10 of the draft, and even then it's still hit or miss, you want receiving talent. Quantity almost matters more than quality with the picks you're throwing at the position.
All right, listen, hold on. We got to pause because we have a trade. We have a trade. And the Detroit Lions, the hometown Detroit Lions, have traded up to 24 with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm waiting on compensation for it, but I do have the pick. And so let's do it.
Let me get my thing ready over here. We got a lot going on at once.
I know. That's the problem.
So they traded with Dallas?
They traded with Dallas, yes. Yep. So they're at 24.
This is very interesting right here.
Yep. I'm curious about what the trade looked like, but here we go with the pick. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions, with a trade through a trade with the Dallas Cowboys, have taken Terrion Arnold, cornerback from Alabama. I couldn't love this more. Detroit already has an awesome offense. Their defense has been lacking. They drafted Brian Branch last year, who did a fantastic job at safety. They continue to add to their secondary, which they have to do. And I absolutely love it. I'm surprised that Arnold wasn't the first corner off the board, but he goes here. And again, he's a guy who's projected to be could have been a top 10 pick. For a lot of people thought.
At least
he drops all the way to 24. So that's big. And as Spectre Dez points out, a run on corners is better than a run on wideouts. So for both the Patriots and the Bills who might be looking for wideouts, both of those positions are still available.
Yeah, this kid needs some polish. Yeah. This kid needs some polish, but no, I'm with Pat. I'm surprised that he wasn't the first guy off the board.
Yep.
He's not as versatile as some other guys, but he's a true athlete that can shut folks down. He'll be a number one corner in the league.
I agree.
So,
all right.
So Pat. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm sorry. It's been over an hour. We got to take a quick ad break and then we'll be back. And Spence, I'll let you ask that question next. I do have some thoughts on the Josh Allen offense thing too. So we'll be back in a minute. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball, baseball, and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. You can pick LeBron, Aaron Judge, Connor McDavid, and Jude Bellingham all in the same entry. Prize Picks even offers injury insurance so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, Prize Picks will have your back and not count that as a loss. Now this week, I'm actually going with Aaron Judge, Rafael Devers, and Bobby Witt Jr. to have over 1.5 total bases, and I'm going with Kevin Durant for more than 28 points and Nikola Jokic with more than 10 rebounds. Download the app today and use the code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, if you download the app today and put in the code CLNS, they will match your first deposit up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. We got the trade terms are out as well. The Lions moved up to 24 and got a 7th round pick next year. The Cowboys got 29 and number 73, so a 3rd round pick this year. I like that quite a bit. For both sides, to be honest with you. If you're Dallas, I think Dallas probably could have used a corner, but if you're moving back, you're picking up an extra top 100 pick. I don't hate that at all. So
I don't hate it, but I agree. You could have used another cornerback. I know you're getting Diggs back, but at the same time, you don't know how healthy Diggs is going to be coming back from that injury. So
exactly.
I agree with you. I would have went cornerback, but hey, you're right. The draft capital, I'm not mad. Let me ask you guys this. So, with the pick tonight, you guys were excited. You got your quarterback now. So do you think he's coming in day one start, or do you think it's going to be a process where they kind of, he's going to sit a bit, or what are you looking forward to with this whole process?
Yeah, I think he's going to have to sit for a little while. Whether it's a full year, whether it's half a year, I think you go into this process knowing that he's not starting right away. And I think you have Jacoby Brissett, who's an adequate quarterback. I think that, he'll learn from Jacoby Brissett. I think Brissett is an incredibly smart guy. He's a guy that is a leader in the locker room. So you see how a professional operates and runs the team. And then, he's got footwork stuff to work on. You got to coach that out of him, but I think they can do that. I think that can be coached out of him. You give him the time to go from there. And I think you let him sit. Again, maybe not the whole year, but I would say at least 10 weeks or so.
I have a different perspective on this. I'm not so sure that he needs to sit. I think you can let him earn the job in camp if you want. I don't think you make any decisions on this until you see these quarterbacks probably for about a week throwing in camp with receivers, see the progress that's made. Because I think the issue with Drake May is just, especially right away, it's just consistency with his mechanics. If you have him in camp for a couple of weeks and you work with him over the offseason, and by the time you get to the 2nd week of the preseason, you think his mechanics and his footwork look a lot better, then I don't know if there's a reason not to put him out there other than you just want to protect him and work on mental development, which is fine. But, Josh Allen started from pretty early on as a rookie there, and that didn't hinder his development. So, I think you discover it once you get your hands on him and start to work with him.
Yeah,
Josh isn't common though. Let's let's throw that out.
No, but not. I mean, you're looking for a guy who isn't common. Also, that's the end.
True, true. But I mean, because to be honest with you, and I warn Bills fans that all the time as well, because it's like, we have to appreciate them. Like, I think we take advantage of it a lot of times. We take it for granted, and I say we have to understand, like, this guy is not, because before him there aren't many quarterbacks in history. You say the pick is in. You want to go ahead and do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. I wanted to make sure that Matt got it. Here we go. With the 25th pick in the 2024 draft, the Green Bay Packers literally sprinted to the phones. They have been on the clock for a minute. They are taking Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona.
Damn.
I'm a fan of that pick.
Right.
I like it quite a bit. And, another corner comes off the board. And this is where we thought the Patriots might be, where it's like you're looking at it saying corners off the board, but there's still a good amount of solid wide receivers that are left. I think Jordan Morgan is more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So I think he's not a great fit for the Patriots. I think he also may have to play guard in the NFL. But still, a talented player who I think is, was kind of a mid-second round pick and has jumped up the draft boards a bit once everyone got a hold of him and really looked at him.
I am shocked this isn't Cooper DeJean. We said earlier the two teams we didn't think DeJean would make it past were Detroit and Green Bay. He just slid past both of them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm hearing Buffalo loves him. I'm hearing that we love him.
All right.
I'm hoping, again, you know what I just said. I want a receiver.
I was going to say, you came on here an hour before they picked, and if they draft Cooper DeJean, it's going to be you're not going to be happy about it, but we're going to be like, hey, man, Spence is keyed in. Knows what he's talking about. Not that we didn't already know that, but
Well, no, I mean, I've been wrong. I've had direct things told from players to me about what they were going to do, and then they switched their mind. They changed their minds the next day, and I look like a complete idiot. So I've learned to say, "Hey, I don't know. This is what I'm hearing, but I don't know." I've learned to really take a step back.
Right.
Yep. Somebody in our business's favorite or best friend is, I don't know, but this is what I'm hearing.
Exactly. Yep. 100%. Yep. This is what I was told by someone. Doesn't mean it's true. That's what
Morgan's
I was told.
a good pick, but like Pat said, I think he's going to end up being a guard. I don't think he's strong enough to play tackle in this league, and I don't know if he can. I don't know. Maybe they could put the weight on him and get him in a weight room and make him a little bit stronger. I don't know. Diet and exercise just don't always do it.
Yeah. I do think tackle makes sense to them. I mean, they lost David Bakhtiari. They have a need on the offensive line. So I think it makes sense. But yeah, I kind of agree that Cooper DeJean is the more talented player here. But, we'll see what happens. I think Tyler Guyton, he could be the guy, man. And again, Tampa Bay, has been chatting. There's been a lot of chatter about Tampa moving out of 26. And the Patriots flat out said that, hey, stick around because we might move back up into the end of the first round. So,
Not sure that's what we heard.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. And so that's one of those things where it's like, it seems like it could be a good match, but then again, the board looks a heck of a lot different than Tampa may have thought it might have looked at the beginning of the day. So, depending on what they are looking for, they might just want to stick and pick. So
for Jordan Morgan here, I think it's worth noting this Green Bay offense outside of Jordan Love doesn't have a single first rounder starting. It's all day 2, day 3 guys. Their left tackle is Rasheed Walker, who is a 7th round pick. Their right tackle is Zach Tom, who is a 4th round pick. Even if Jordan Morgan isn't quite the tackle that you hope he ends up being, he might still be an upgrade over one of those guys. I think you're hoping that he is. If he isn't, it's Sean Ryan and Elton Jenkins at your guard spots. Either one of those guys is unreplaceable. So I like it for Green Bay. You get he's a scheme fit with the zone stuff they do. He can play at a bunch of different spots. Mm-hmm. I think doesn't have a super high ceiling, but his floor is high. I don't see a world where he ends up being a bad player. He might just not end up being a tackle.
Yep. Agreed. All right.
I thought he was going to go to San Francisco, by the way. That was And he's off the board before that.
Yeah. Another pick. The picks are flying in right now. Flying in.
And this is Tampa?
This is Tampa Bay, who did not trade out.
Again.
Did not trade out. I like this pick quite a bit.
Yeah.
All right, with the 26th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting Graham Barton, I assume guard, from Duke. This kid is a beast. I like this kid a lot. Again, guard, center, interior offensive lineman. I felt like he's not a fit for the Patriots, but he's really good. And Tampa needs some offensive line help. And so I like this pick quite a bit for them. And again, I would have liked it for the Patriots, but I just didn't think that it made a ton of sense for what they're looking for.
I think Nate Tice said he thinks that Barton can play right tackle. I don't think NFL teams necessarily think that. But very, very versatile offensive lineman right here.
By the way, Ian Rappaport just tweeted out, we'll see if we get a trade, but there's a lot of action in late 20s from teams trying to come up. So could be the Bills moving back. It could be, Arizona moving back with their second pick, who's on the clock right now, Arizona. So interesting stuff. Interesting stuff for sure.
What's the Bucks look like at center? Because I see Graham Barton as a center.
They got Robert Hainsey there. Their interior offensive line is Sua Opita from Philly. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've ever heard that name before. Robert Hainsey at center, Cody Mock at right guard. Cody is good. Hainsey, I think, is fine. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Barton slides into that left guard spot next to Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go. How about that? So it's interesting. I do like the Barton pick, so we'll see what happens. But I agree with you that he could play that center spot. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think he kicks in.
Yeah,
I think he's a guard or a center. I don't think he's a tackle.
So Spence, you're sitting here. Arizona's the only team in front of you right now, sitting here at 28. The question is, who is on the board that you want? Right? Who's the do you want Leggett? Like, who's the guy that you're looking at saying, man, like. I really hope Arizona really beat this guy. Mitchell.
I would go Leggett over Mitchell. And I don't think they're going to take – I mean, they just got Harrison. So, I mean, to me, at this point – well, I mean, they may double dip. Really give Kyler some weapons out here, man. They would love it out here in Phoenix, man. They've been hungry for some weapons. They've been hungry for some offense out here. So, I can see Arizona absolutely doing that to kind of satisfy what the fans out here want. But, I would love it if the Bills. That would be a good pick for me. Leggett.
As a Patriots fan, I would like that because I'm like Matt. I am not as high on Leggett as other people. I don't think he runs the best routes on the planet. I don't think he's ever been truly. I think at the next level, he won't be a focal point of an offense. And so yeah, please take Xavier Leggett.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm not like, again, what I said earlier was I felt that a lot of the draft capital that the Bills got was for the purpose of moving up to get one of the top guys. They didn't do that. Right. So at this point, like a lot of these guys that are left, I'm excited about some of them to the point where it's like, yeah, I would love to have them on my team, but I was hoping for something more, and it's just not it's not my kind of night, but that's okay. I'm trusting the process.
What surprised me, and maybe they didn't have any takers, right? Maybe Chicago wouldn't do it, but like I'm surprised they didn't try to package 28 in their first next year and move into the top 10 and get one of those top 3 guys, right? When Rome drops all the way to 9, and again, Chicago might be looking at it saying, "Well, screw that, we have to take this guy," right? And so maybe they didn't have an opportunity to do that. But, I look at it and just say like, man, like, I'm almost kind of surprised that they didn't. And again, they may have tried and that might come out later that, honestly, hey, we did our best to get up there and everyone was like, no, we're not moving these guys,
if I was the Bears, I wouldn't make that deal. You're talking 2 top 25 picks, as opposed to somebody who's probably the hands down one of the best wide receivers in the league by the time he's in his sophomore year. He's going to end up being a top 10. See, the dogs agree with me. And I don't think I'd make that move. It's just I just keep getting on because we've had so much talk around here about Xavier Leggett. I don't love him. I really don't. I think it would be better if the Pats went in a different direction.
Yeah.
You're taking a real shot on a player that's built like him.
Correct.
We've already done that here.
So, all right, we have another pick in.
Wow. Is this confirmed?
This is confirmed.
I hadn't seen it come up from me yet. So
it's it's from it's from the guy I've been getting it from the whole time. So here we go. All right, with the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, we're coming to the end. Sad face. The Arizona Cardinals are selecting Darius Robinson, an edge from Missouri.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. This is a surprising pick to me. I don't think I've seen him in the first round in any mock.
No.
Seems like
he started to sneak up there. I think he's in the top 32 of the where is he in the consensus? Let me check this. I think he's in the top 32 of the consensus. Yeah, he's 31st in the consensus.
Okay.
Yeah. So
he's more of a he is long, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't. My thing is I didn't spend a ton of time on it. I'll be just completely honest with you. I didn't spend a ton of time on edge rushers because I was like, the Patriots don't need an edge rusher at least until later on in the draft. And so edge rushers in the third, fourth round, yes. Edge rushers in the first round, not so much.
He's not a speed guy. He's a power guy. And we'll see if it's going to translate when he's going up against bigger, stronger, offensive linemen here. He's not somebody that's going to run by anyone.
Here's what I'll tell you, okay? I'm just on NFL.com, Lance Zierlein. Sources tell us he's still learning to play and kind of reminds me of Keon White with his traits and what he could become. Ooh. So I'm like, well, that's interesting.
The Monty Ossenfort effect.
If that's the case, I'm on board with that pick for sure.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, so all the top guys on the consensus board left now that the Bills are on the clock: Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Those are the top 5. A.D. Mitchell, Lad McConkey, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman are the top 4 receivers according to the consensus.
So Mitchell is the guy you want, right? That's what you said. Spence?
No, I said Leggett.
No, he wants Leggett.
Yeah,
Leggett. Okay.
And, I guess he just talked me out of it though. So
I'm sorry.
So Leggett,
no. I can hear you on your show tomorrow. I love this pick before I met this guy named Murf last night, and then
it's all good. It's all good because I'll be honest. I love having these conversations, from people with different perspectives, because the way you're looking at that as me saying like I want that guy on my team, you're like, yeah, I would love for the Patriots to defend him, like bring him on. And so no, that's awesome. That's awesome.
No, it's not so much I'd love for them to. Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. I'd love for them to have to defend this kid, and I hope you don't take A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man.
I still can't tell how I feel about A.D. Mitchell. He seems so situation dependent.
I get you.
It's like you need the right coaching staff for him, I feel like.
And see, and okay, now I'm not a fan anymore. I'm not like all in on the Sean McDermott train. I'm not trusting Sean McDermott like I used to. I don't think he makes good decisions. Right. No. He is just situational, especially in the biggest moments of the biggest games. He just does not make good decisions.
And it's also his Johnson trying to overthink everything.
He kills the confidence of a lot of the key players. And I'm talking about the younger guys. We've seen him over and over pull running backs in situations where, if you make a mistake, okay, you make a mistake. You don't bench a guy for a half in a big game. We've seen him do that in the AFC Championship against the Chiefs a few years ago, where he benched, I think it was Devin Singletary, for the entire first half after fumbling the ball. Like you just, it's certain decisions you don't make. You don't do a fake punt All right, we can get off of it. But the point is, I don't trust the coach. I don't trust him.
And I think that's what it's tough, man. And I think that
don't worry, Spence. The Bills are trading back right now anyway.
What?
That is Jonathan Jones 2 minutes ago. I don't have a partner for them yet.
Yeah,
as I said earlier, Spence, welcome to my world.
It says they're in trade talks, but it's not quite done.
Okay. Here's the thing. I think trading back for Buffalo isn't a bad player. If you don't like the receivers on the board, defense has a lot of holes. You're gonna have to use multiple picks at receiver anyway. Getting a couple extra picks to throw at that stuff. It's not sexy, but I do think it's the smart move.
Well, and when you're at the Patriots level, which is, and again, you haven't won the Super Bowl yet. True. But you're at the Patriots level where you're constantly competing. You're usually one of those final 4 to 8 teams in the NFL left standing, right? And that's every year. And that's what you're expecting every year. You're drafting at the end of the first round. And I've gone back and ran the numbers, Spence. And I'm going to just tell you right now, I've gone back and ran the numbers. And the last 10, last 10 picks of the first round are almost exactly the same as the first 10 to 15 picks of the second round. They're almost exactly the same value. And that's for me, it's like, hey, if you move back and you're able to pick up a bunch, maybe not a bunch more, but if you're able to pick up more, I think then that's the way you build your team. It's frustrating when you have an obvious hole at wide receiver like you do, but that's kind of the way I look at it. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but you're right, because it's not just wide receiver. Like I said earlier, we let go of a lot of key foundational guys now that we don't have, and we don't even know if Micah Hyde is going to come back or not. He's talking about if he's going to retire. We don't know. So that's 2 safeties. And then, so you don't know. What did you get to?
It's the Kansas City friggin' Chiefs.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. You guys have a great night, man.
Why would you do that? Why would you do anything to help Kansas City?
Why would you?
So it's definitely a tackle here. Definitely a tackle here.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Definitely a tackle. Let's see. I think you're probably right that it is going to be a tackle, and it probably is Tyler Guyton, right? If that's the case.
Yep. There were rumors about Patrick Paul for KC too.
I know, man. He's a guy that I like for the Patriots because you have a really, really good offensive line coach, in my opinion. And if you can coach that guy up, he is a monster, he's absolute monster,
humongous, and he's the Lord Humongous.
Yeah.
Just going back to me throwing out old references from movies again.
But what if
Mad Max, Lord Humongous?
But what if now? Listen, Spence. What if you trade back with Kansas City, right? And then you end up, Kansas City takes a tackle. You end up at 32, 4 picks later, and you get a wide receiver at 32, and you're able to pick up an extra, day 2 pick, right?
The last time we traded a first round. The last time we traded a first round draft pick with Kansas City. You know what that was?
Yeah, I can't wait for you to tell me.
I do not going to get a Patrick Mahomes level player again. The odds of that happening twice are very low.
It's not the point. They're the team that's kicked us out of the playoffs for every year. They're the team that we can't we beat them in the season. We beat them in Kansas City, and we talked the crap all season. Then the playoffs. They're the team. Why don't we have anything to do with them?
Oh my God! You're going to be.
I have a feeling we missed that reaction.
You're going to tell me they took A.D. Mitchell, aren't you?
No. By the way,
wow.
While we're waiting for this, the trade compensation, the Bills traded 28, 133, and 248. The Chiefs traded 32, 95, and 221. So they pick up an extra top 100 pick. They had to give up 133 to do it, but there you go. All right. Sorry, Spence. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs, starved for speed, are drafting Xavier Worthy, wide receiver from Texas.
All right, I'm going to head out. I love y'all. Go Bills.
Man.
Y'all have a good night, man.
Hey,
very nice meeting you, man. When I get my show back going, I'm gonna reach out. We all got to connect. I appreciate the invitation. You guys are awesome. I miss you guys.
We love you, buddy.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Hey, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much for hanging with us for such a long time. We love you. We know it's all love. It's AFC East love, man. And I appreciate you coming through and hanging with us for such a long time, man.
I'm sick.
Frustrating night. I get it.
You should.
I get it.
Honestly, yeah, we get it. You should be. That's awful.
Yeah.
To wait up until 11:30 and hear about this trade. I would.
Hey, at least only 8:30 over there,
sick,
right?
I'd call in sick to work tomorrow right now.
I will say, I'll be the lone wolf in this camp and say that I'm actually not that high on Worthy, and I don't necessarily love this pick for Kansas City, and I also don't think this was the guy that was ever going to be the guy in Buffalo. So
that I agree with.
When I get over the fact that we did something with Kansas City, I will probably agree with everything you said, because logically you're very. I didn't even mention Worthy, so he wasn't for me somebody I wanted. I just don't understand why do you do anything with the enemy? Like, why are we
don't?
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't help him out. Don't help him.
No,
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Have a good night, man.
All right, brother.
Have a good
Take
one,
care,
Spence.
man.
Peace.
We'll see you.
No.
Woo. I'll tell you. So the thing about Worthy, and I agree with you. I agree with you that
he's a 3rd round pick, man.
Yeah, he's got a ton of speed, and supposedly he can run a route. I don't believe that. I don't believe for a second that he can run a route. You put him against an NFL defense who's not as afraid of his speed, and to me, I look at it and just think, yeah, no, I'm not. Yes, he's fast as hell. And people, of course, think Tyreek Hill right away. But Tyreek Hill is a phenomenal route
once
runner.
in a lifetime, low life scumbag, freaking wide receiver. Okay. If it wasn't for football, he'd be in a penitentiary somewhere. And this kid is not that. I don't know who's comparing him to that. He's if he can't beat somebody with speed, which he has in buckets, he doesn't get off the line. I agree with what Pat said. I don't think he's a great route runner. And the second best wide receiver on that team went before the best one. I don't get it.
Yeah.
The Junior just must be a complete freaking prima donna showboat that nobody wants to have anything to do with. I mean, there has to be, 6 or 8 including wide receivers that I would take. I would take Ricky Pearsall over this guy.
Oh, John.
Yeah,
John thinks we're hacks, by the way. Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Oh, thanks, John.
Well, now with that comment, you are entered to win.
He's entered into win a hat. You know what? If that guy wins a hat, we're rescinding it and we're spinning someone else.
He said they're not sending another one out.
I will say I don't like 165-pound receivers. That scares me. Yeah. I don't necessarily love the scheme fit. That like,
well, unless they're
what do you call it? Rashee Rice, if he's on the field, isn't like an X. Like Xavier Worthy is a guy you want to line up in the slot so he can't get pressed. I think you got a couple guys like that right now.
Who would you rather have, him or Malachi Corley in the slot?
Malachi Corley.
Malachi. I keep getting the Malachi crunch thing in my head. Malachi Corley.
Hey, listen, he is.
I would still take Worthy, to be honest, but I also not that high on Corley. I don't think Corley can run routes, and I think he's slower than Worthy. So
right, but he's a running back. Like that's why I like him.
How about Ladd McConkey? Would you rather have Ladd McConkey there?
Yes.
And
I think he would be a great fit with Mahomes.
Yeah.
If you want a slot guy too.
By the way,
he has more upside.
I'm always in for a good pun. And Dark Blue Gold says you guys are hats. And I mean, come on, that's great. That's good stuff right there.
TD threw out a good comment here. He's Thornton with better hands.
Right. And I do like that idea too. That he is.
I feel like he's Worthy is like, to me, is more like discounted Jalen Waddle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Highly discounted, but you're still getting first round price.
For this kid to go in the first, I just don't get what some people are thinking. I don't see it.
You see the speed. You just see the speed is all.
I will play devil's advocate to myself for just 1 second here, in that Worthy is one of just a couple guys in this draft who was an elite performer from a young age. And Quinn Ewers has not given him very good quarterback play in Texas. So, like, I see the appeal.
He hasn't gotten better, though, Matt. The kid that you saw as a freshman and is still there.
All right, let's pause this. Let's pause this for a second. Do you have the pick ready for me?
I'm loading it up as we speak. Okay. Sorry, I gotta.
Quite all right.
A lot going on. Is it who I? Oh yeah, this is who I thought they were going to take before.
Yeah,
so
I think it makes a ton of sense.
Fantastic for that.
Yep. All right, with the 29th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle from Oklahoma. And as you mentioned, they traded back. They still got the guy that I think they were interested in. And again, I like Guyton. I don't think he was a great fit for the Patriots because he's mostly a right tackle, but he is going to play tackle. And so that's kind of where we're at. And look, I like this from a Patriots perspective. There's a lot of questions about, is Cooper DeJean going to be available? Is that who they want? Is, Patrick Paul might be the guy that they want. Right. I'm really interested.
It's getting real thin there on the left-hand side, though.
Yes,
and it is. Cordell Black comes in and asks, I'm late to the stream, but are there any left tackle options available? This was one of them, the one that just came off the board. And I think we're now probably through the tackles that we thought were going to go in the first round.
Yeah,
I think that's which
How many
means.
Have gone?
Let's see.
Is it?
Alt is 1.
No, you're right.
Olu is 2. Fuaga is 3. Latham is 4. Mims is 5. Guyton's 6. Morgan is 7. Yeah.
So 7 tackles.
That's 7.
Yeah. Which I think makes sense. 7 feels like the right number. I know some people had 10, but I don't know. So, yeah. I don't know, man. But yeah. Well, right. Kingsley could be Amagaji, right? Yeah. Could be, those are guys, even, and I think Patrick Paul makes a lot of sense for the Patriots. Yeah. So those are the ones.
Could Blake Fisher be flipped over? I don't know. I mean, it's the fact.
I think he can be. He started as a left tackle.
He started as a left tackle. So there's some guys out there, but I'm sorry, dude. The big names are really not there anymore.
Yeah,
and I'm not. This is, I think, as expected, and I'm not sure. It would have been expensive for New England to jump for any of these guys. You would have to have given up your 3rd round pick to get any of these tackles. Right. And then you're basically saying we're not addressing receiver until day 3 of this draft, which I think is tough. I think there are still good tackle prospects. You're probably you're not going to get a guy where you're like super confident they're going to be a franchise guy.
Yeah, but Wolf is confident in the weapons that we have.
Yeah, true. I mean, we'll see. But all right, we got another Bills guy. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're swapping one Bills guy for another here.
Yes.
Oh, I remember.
What's up, guys?
How you doing?
What's up, man?
I'm doing good. A little weirded out of what just transpired on my timeline there, but
Pete and I did a show together last year on the Blonde Blitz, I think it was, a season preview with Nikki Geist.
Mm-hmm. We did, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, yep. That was a lot of fun that night. Nice to see you.
No,
again.
It was. Yeah, you too. No, yeah, it was interesting thing what the Bills just did. I'm not saying I didn't think they were going to ever trade back, because I always thought that was a possibility, because they don't have a lot of day 2 capital and they got a 3rd round pick in the trade. I just didn't think it was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Just obviously.
Why help
a little PTSD there.
Yeah.
If I'm the Bills and I'm looking down at the caller ID and I see Kansas City, I'm not picking the phone up, or I'm hanging it up real quick.
Yeah. And look, there is a relationship there. Sean McDermott and Andy Reid are very close. They've coached together on the same staff. Obviously, the Bills made that trade with the Chiefs that ended up getting Patrick Mahomes a handful of years ago. So there's history in obviously making the trade. I wouldn't have made the trade, but the Bills needed they didn't have a 3rd round pick, right? So they get a 3rd round pick, and depending on who they end up drafting, we'll see. Maybe I liked Xavier Worthy, but maybe he wasn't their guy. So we'll see.
Yeah. There's 3 picks here left in the 1st round, by the way, as of right now. It's Baltimore, San Fran, and then Buffalo. According to the consensus board, the best guys left: Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman.
By the way, there's about to be 2 because we have another draft announcement here.
Ooh, all right, let me get this up. Another pick in.
Another pick in. Here we go. With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens are selecting Nate Wiggins, corner from Clemson. And so here we are, another corner off the board.
Yep.
Cooper DeJean still not off the board, but we do have the corner run coming off. And Spence, who was on earlier, by the way, who's a Bills guy as well, was saying, Peter, that he thought Cooper DeJean might have been the guy that they're interested in. And so if they trade back to 32, if they wanted Cooper DeJean at 28 and they move back to 32 and pick up an extra top 100 pick to do it and still get the guy they wanted at 32, which it seems like could certainly be a possibility, I think that's a win for them ultimately. But the problem is Xavier Worthy turns into a stud. It's not a win.
No. And I do think Cooper DeJean could be the pick. That I think I've talked about it on my show. He can play corner. Obviously, he can play safety. He can play slot corner. And Sean McDermott kind of likes those guys that have a lot of versatility. And he kind of fits their mold. It's just the receiver need is now so glaring more than it was, Matt, when you and I talked at the Big East tournament. It was glaring, but it wasn't as glaring. Stephon Diggs was still a Buffalo Bill at that time, right? And obviously he's not. So now it becomes even more glaring. So I think it's either A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Legette, but that's also could be me being blinded by the fact that we need a receiver. And that's maybe that's the reason why I'm thinking those two. Cooper DeJean makes a lot of sense of just what the Bills have done in the past.
Yep. By the way, we just passed the 4-hour mark on the stream. Thank you, everyone, for here. We're over 1,500 live viewers right now, which is pretty awesome. So, we're still plugging along. We got 2 picks left, still plugging along. San Francisco and Buffalo on the clock. We're going to see what happens. San Fran on the clock right now, and Buffalo right after them. So.
Look, what are you going to do if Buffalo trades out again?
Oh my God!
Go to bed.
Can you imagine?
Go to bed. Well, and now it's not trading out. Now is not the worst idea in the world,
right?
I don't like if let's say you move. I know the Commanders were a team that people thought like they could move back into the first round, obviously depending on who they want. Like if you move back now, you get the second round pick of whoever you move back with, right? Like 35, 36, whoever team it is. And you get another additional maybe third, maybe fourth, probably. It's not the worst idea in the world. You're just getting assets. And I would probably just go to bed at that point, but it would be interesting.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what happens. By the way, after this pick, while Buffalo is on the clock, should we do the raffle for the
hat?
What's it called? For the hat?
Yeah. Oh, I have a lot of names I got to put together for this.
Oh. Yeah, you do. I thought you were putting them into the generator already.
No, I just have them written down in a note. Are we doing that tonight, or do we want to do that in a different podcast?
No, do that. Why don't you do that on the next podcast?
We can do that on a different podcast if you want.
And
what we could do?
Be tuned in to win.
You know what we could do, right? You know what we could do, Matt, is we could do it on the breakdown afterwards, or you could even send it. You could send it to me. I'll put them in. I don't care. What if what I'm going to do? We have to we got to run an ad anyways because we're 40 minutes since our last ad. So let's run an ad, and then we can work on that maybe during the ad and kind of see what happens. So someone else popped in. Oh, Josh Allen just popped in. Josh, I'm going to pull you up on stage.
Not that Josh Allen.
Not that Josh Allen. Sorry, Pete. Josh,
Dude, we got a surprise for you.
yeah, right. We're running to an ad, Josh. When we come back, I'm going to pull you up on stage, okay? And then we'll be right back with you guys for picks 31 and 32. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball, baseball, and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. You can pick LeBron, Aaron Judge, Connor McDavid, and Jude Bellingham all in the same entry. Prize Picks even offers injury insurance so that your entries stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and does not return in the second, Prize Picks will have your back and not count that as a loss. Now, this week, I'm actually going with Aaron Judge, Rafael Devers, and Bobby Witt Jr. to have over 1.5 total bases, and I'm going with Kevin Durant for more than 28 points and Nikola Jokic with more than 10 rebounds. Download the app today and use the code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. Again, if you download the app today and put in the code CLNS, they will match your first deposit up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. All right, let's pull our guy Josh Allen up on stage here. Patriots fan and covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He's currently has a black screen right now, but he's there. I think he's there.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I'm coming.
It's okay. It's all right.
Know how this goes.
Oh,
I'm at the facility, so I'm trying to find the best spot so I can get to you.
We love
here.
It. Okay.
But yeah, hey, I'm here.
Hey man, how's everything? How you feeling?
I actually really like this pick here for the Buccaneers with Graham Barton. He was one of the short lists on my board. I think when you looked at it, they really would have liked to have an edge rusher there, as far as Latu or Verse, but they obviously didn't fall. So you look at the biggest need outside of edge rushers, interior offensive line, whether that's center, guard. They got a guy in Graham Barton who I think gives them the flexibility to play center or guard. We just got done talking with Jason Light. He has him pegged as a center that does have that flexibility as well. So I really like the pick. I might go black screen, but I'll tell you what I wrote about him here. If you guys can still hear me, he's got position flexibility after starting at center his freshman season before finishing his time at Duke at left tackle. Some believe his best fit is at guard as well. He explodes out of his stance with balance and positioning to sustain blocks. He has great grip strength and blocking to the whistle and has the athleticism and quick feet to be a factor against speedier rushers and pulling in space. However, he has less than ideal arm length, can be grabby at times, and needs to anchor better versus power. So everything you want in an offensive lineman, he gives you. If you guys are familiar with the relative athletic scoring, the RAS scores, for centers, he actually finished with the best ever ranking for all centers, going back like 1987 or whenever they went back and started keeping score. So very athletic guy, and he's going to anchor the middle for the Bucs for the years to come.
Well, there you go. I like that. Look at that, would you? Matt, where are you getting this information from, sir? I don't have that information. Looks like we have another pick on the board.
We do. We have the 49ers pick in.
49ers pick is in. All right. You got it keyed up for me?
I got it keyed up.
All right, let's do it. Here we go. With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers are taking Cooper DeJean, corner/safety from Iowa. I flipping love this pick. And
are you sure? Because I'm getting something else here. 49ers are taking Florida wide receiver.
Dude, what are we doing? Come on, for Christ's sake.
Ricky Pearsall, 49ers, Florida wide receiver.
This is from a very reputable. It's a very reputable reporter who tweeted that out. So she is.
What reputable reporter is it? Call him out.
It was Lindsay OK. She has already deleted the tweet. Wow.
Yeah, she got got.
Lindsay OK got. She got.
It is Ricky Pearsall is the choice, as Josh just dropped in there. Ricky Pearsall is the choice. Hey, listen, we went all the way. I was the one that had him, Matt. And
someone just tweeted it out after listening to this show. You guys.
Golly. The one
do we
pick
wanna,
that you
do we want to rerun that and we can just pretend that never happened?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers are taking Florida wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall had it, nailed it. Also, sorry, Pete, you might want to go to bed, sir. Looks like the Bills are trading back again from pick 32. Oh,
so
my
I'd like
God.
to just give my my quick thoughts too on Drake May.
Yes, please do.
I absolutely love the pick. I think the biggest thing you needed was a quarterback. Now let's just see if the Patriots have patience, right? We just need to let him sit for a while, even if it's half the season until you think he's ready. You cannot rush him in there, especially with the line the way it is, the receiving core the way it is. And I'm sure they'll add to both of those positions in this draft. But you've got to let him sit a la Patrick Mahomes and that style there. And the worst thing you can do for this prospect is to rush him in there. But he can make all the throws. He's excellent over the middle of the field. Really excited about Drake May for the Patriots.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Do we know who the Bills traded with?
Carolina.
Carolina. They're moving up one
Carolina's
spot.
moving up one spot.
Because this is a tweet from Ben Solak.
Oh my goodness!
From what I've been told, the Niners have been on the phones all night up until and through pick 31, exploring trades for both Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Had me wondering if that pick for the Bills had gone for Ayuk.
No, it seems like the Panthers are moving up one spot. Panthers are going from 33 to 32.
I said that a couple minutes ago. I think that makes sense, right?
It does. Yeah, it does.
And also the Bills have a history with the Panthers. Brandon Bean.
All right, fellas. I gotta run. We're getting Graham Martin.
Josh, thanks so much for coming through, man. We appreciate it. Keep up the good work down there in Tampa, brother.
Always appreciate you guys.
We'll talk to you, man.
So, Peter, we still haven't gotten your Drake May thoughts, I don't think, or your other thoughts on the divisional picks. We're not getting Buffalo, so what do you think about the rest of the AFC?
So I was putting out tweets throughout the night, like my grades, just because why not? It's fun to grade players that you have no idea. And are you going to be wrong? Probably. I liked Drake May. I was always Drake May over Jayden Daniels. That was just me. I think Drake May projects more of a long-term option and more of has that superstar build. I don't know year one if it's pretty, right? Like year one, Patriots fans might have to have a little bit of patience, might have to let it kind of work itself out. Maybe he won't start the first 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 games. And that's not a bad thing. I think nowadays people want quarterbacks to play right away, and we've seen it work, and sometimes we haven't seen it work, right? So it depends. But if you kind of add talent, you can develop him nicely. I think he turns into a really good quarterback. I thought that was a better pick than Jayden Daniels. I was always over on Drake May. And then
agreed.
Yeah, Michael Penix Jr. at 8 was weird to the Falcons. Obviously, that was just one of those.
Right, that was bizarre.
I like Penix a lot, but I think that really threw off a ton of teams. I think that and the Knicks pick probably threw some teams off. I see that
the Knicks pick is ridiculous.
It
is. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand what the hell Denver's doing, and I got some people out there that are probably losing their minds.
And I like Knicks and I like Penix, and neither at the spots that were picked.
Correct. I agree with you. All right, here we go. With the 32nd pick of the 2024 NFL Draft and finishing off the first round, the Carolina Panthers get their wide receiver 1 and take Xavier Legette, wide receiver from South Carolina, the other USC. Makes a ton of sense for them. I know they liked him. He had flat out said they told him he wasn't getting past 34.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if the Bills were on the board, right, and wanted Cooper DeJean still, you move back one spot, you still have Cooper DeJean if you want him, and they pick up 141 and give up 200. So you move up, almost 60 spots, and you have the same guy on your board that you drafted the same guy you wanted, because assuming they weren't going to take Legette.
Yeah, I don't know who they want, and I still think they're targeting a receiver. My favorite prospect in the draft is A.D. Mitchell, and I know me and Matt even talked about it at the biggest tournament. I know people have kind of concerns about his lack of effort and all that kind of things. I just think he fits exactly what the Bills need, and it could be Cooper DeJean, right? Whoever they wanted, they thought could be still on the board, or they knew Carolina wasn't going to take him because Carolina kind of told everyone, or Leggett kind of told everyone that Carolina was going to take him. So why not get another fifth rounder? Look, it's annoying. You watch a whole draft and your team doesn't pick it, but it's part of the thing. And at the end of the day, it kind of matters what you end up at Saturday night. Like what's your haul at the end of the day? And also now matters what Xavier Worthy turns into. That's also kind of annoying. Like if that was a trade with the NFC team, right? Like if that was the 49ers, for example, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
Unless you meet them in the Super Bowl and he burns you, it really doesn't affect you that much. Obviously, if he turns into a good player, people will be like, oh, you should have drafted him, but it's in a different conference. You kind of can move on.
I think he dodged a bullet.
I like Worthy. I like his speed, his size, and his weight is.
It's not a track meet.
Big concern. So
it's not a track meet.
Yeah, I'm a Leggett guy, so I like Leggett and I like A.D. Mitchell. Leggett.
Can I be honest? I'm not a Leggett guy. I hate this for Carolina, honestly, because what Bryce Young needs for the type of quarterback he is like route runners and guys who can separate.
Yep.
And Leggett is not that. And it's like nice to add a yards after catch threat. He's really, really good there. But I don't know. You're banking on Deontay Johnson being a really, really good player for you to create so much offense so that Leggett can take advantage of the spaces that are created. And I don't know. This just doesn't make sense to me. And it seems like they keep taking the same body type at receiver over and over. And I don't think it's working for them. I don't know why they keep investing in these guys.
Also, I would
have taken Ladd.
Did they have to move up? Unless they thought someone was going to move with the Bills to get Leggett, right? That's probably the reason.
It's got to be the case.
That's kind of why Minnesota moved up for J.J. McCarthy. They probably thought either Denver or Vegas.
Same deal, right? Yeah, same deal to move up one spot.
You give up, but no. Look, the Bills could be in for Ladd McConkey. I know they really liked him in their pre-draft visits. I like Ladd McConkey. I think
he makes a ton of sense for them.
His measurables also are much different than I think the natural perception of him.
Yes,
and I think
play outside.
That's the thing. He's the same size as in some aspects as Garrett Wilson. I'm assuming you guys saw that graphic a couple months ago. So
yeah,
the Bills go back to 33. You get a third rounder and you get a fifth rounder. So they needed a.
All right, should we do it?
The drawing.
Let's do it. Yep.
Yeah. So Peter, for context here, so you're joining at the end. Everybody who commented on the show during it, where their names have been collected, and somebody from that is winning a New England Patriots draft hat.
That's right, baby. So we have 27 entries, 27 different people commented.
I was trying to track all of the names during this. If you commented and I missed you, I am sorry, but I think I got everyone.
Oh, baby. Jesus, you can't say that. They're not going to be able to see their names. What are you doing? All right.
I thought you were going to screen share for it.
Well, I am going to screen share, but come on now. Hold on. Did you get Matt Benito?
I did. And I included your dad multiple times, like you paid me to do.
Multiple times.
Yeah, we did. The last giveaway we did, Peter, Pat's dad won it. And there have been many, many cheating accusations in the comments ever since then.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one to sell.
It is.
That's right. Okay, let's do it. Wheel of names. Here we go. Random name generator. Yeah, share. Come on. There we go. All right. Clicking to spin. 47. I said 27. I was wrong about that. 47. I thought 27 was low. 47 different people. Here we go. Come on. Oh, we're spinning. Slowly, but we're spinning. What's happening?
It's looking for your dad's name and it can't find it. Dan Bradley.
Dan Bradley. It's our guy, AWL Sabermetrics. How about that? All right.
Love it.
I don't know if he's still in the chat, but I will have to I'll have to DM him and let him know that he won the hat, and then go from there. Look at that. Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
Dan's still in there.
So the what do you
it.
call it? The first two picks of the second round are Bills and then Pats, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's how it starts?
Bills Patriots. Yep. That's how it starts. And so
were you guys targeting a receiver, you think?
We are actively targeting receiver Brandon Ayuk, apparently.
Yeah,
apparently we in Washington are both willing to use our second round pick on him.
That's the hope. If I'm the Patriots,
I know this just who said that? Ian Rappaport. This is via Taylor Kyles, but Ian Rappaport says the Patriots and Commanders could package their second rounders and late round picks in a potential Brandon Ayuk trade.
I mean, that to me, by the way, like is an absolute no-brainer. Like an absolute no-brainer.
For both teams.
Yeah.
Set what 2 and 137, not 2, 34 and 137 for Ayuk. I am doing that in a heartbeat if I'm New England.
Yeah. Oh my God. 34 and a late round pick. Are you kidding me for Brandon Ayuk?
Right.
Ayuk he's a guy.
They just took a receiver too, the 49ers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now here's the thing. They might not, because they're also engaged in trades for Debo. Apparently nobody's offered more than like a third or a fourth for Debo, which doesn't surprise me with his contract.
Right.
And the last time we saw him was not his finest hour.
We just talked at the top of the show, though, about the money that these guys are getting. You know, that we all saw what Amon St. Ra just signed for, and Pat mentioned who signed this afternoon? AJ Brown. And you know, I'm just wondering what Ayuk is gonna demand.
Look, they got the money though. This is if you're gonna pay out for players, I'd rather pay out for a guy who's premium. And I think Ayuk is closer to AJ Brown than to Amon Ra in ability. I think Ayuk might be a top. I mean, depending on the day, top 5 receiver in the NFL. Like he has some real upside.
Definitely inside the top 10, and I don't know. I'd honestly rather go with youth and have the young wide receiver on a rookie contract than I would.
You can do both.
Yeah,
you can have Ayuk and still draft another guy.
Right.
What about Peter? Do you think the Bills don't have the cap space for Ayuk, right?
No, because people have kind of talked about like T. Higgins potentially, and I never thought the Bengals would trade us T. Higgins because obviously that doesn't make a ton of sense. I don't think we do. We do create cap space. I haven't done enough research into it, but I don't think we do. We would have to move a lot of money around. Trey White cut is a post June 1st cut, right? So that's frees about 10 to 11 million in cap space. I haven't looked into Brandon Ayuk as much. I just haven't really heard the Bills super connected with it. It's more of just the average Twitter person just tweeting about it, just obviously just for the fun of it. I think I did it probably once just to have fun with it, but I don't think it's a legit option for the Bills based off their money. I think it makes sense for the Patriots. I think it makes sense for both Patriots and Commanders, a little bit more Patriots, just because I think you guys need, at least they have Terry McLaurin, who's a proven legit receiver. Yeah. I don't know if he's obviously not a top end number 1, but he's a really good receiver, right?
Yeah.
Patriots are obviously missing that, and the 49ers just take probably one of the shock of the drafts as well, Ricky Purcell from Florida, which I like him. I don't love him in round 1.
The only guy taken in the first round outside of the top 40 consensus.
It's a weird pick, but could that be the replacement? I don't know, but
yeah. I mean, look, for me, and someone asked this question. Jorge over here is asking this question about Ayuk over AD. 100%, absolutely. And I understand that AD is younger. I get that, but you know, it's not. I'm not doing that.
He's the better proven product. The only thing that gives me hesitation is getting him here and getting him under a new contract. Okay, you can make the trade. You can't force the contract on the guy. You know, what are you going to do? You're going to tell him that, I'm gonna franchise you, so you're going to be here, so you might as well. That's the only leverage that you have to keep him.
Yeah,
I would rather go with AD and roll that dice and know that I'm going to have that person here for 4 years. Just me.
right. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing the talent disparity. That's not what I'm doing. It's 30+ million dollars a year for him, and that's if he accepts it.
Yeah, and I get it. I understand. I understand. And that's the argument against it, right? Is you're going to have to pay him a ton of money.
And the Patriots have never paid anybody. They wouldn't pay Randy Moss.
True. That is
it's a different ownership, or not different ownership, different front office now than it was then.
Yeah, but it's still, I still go with the fact that, Bill was given a budget and this is how he spent it. Is Wolf going to be given that budget and then, just spend it in that vastly a different way, especially when we've heard over the past 4 or 5 months how the Packer way is the way that they're going to do it, and the Packers haven't done that either. It's always been draft and development.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But he also, he was in Cleveland when they traded for Amari Cooper, which is obviously a very different.
Yeah, but he wasn't
situation.
The man. He wasn't the man.
But
in Cleveland.
He was. Yeah, no, it is a very different situation. But he was the wide receiver 1 there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Also,
I think there's more.
I also got to say, like the hard thing for me is like, someone just said like we're getting AJ Brown. AD Mitchell isn't AJ Brown. Like let's not get it twisted here. Like, AD Mitchell could be good. You know what? He could even be as good as Brandon Ayuk. That'd be cool. And so, like, what you're doing is you're trading for a known commodity. And yes, you got to pay him a ton of money. That's true. But you're trading for a known commodity instead of drafting a guy. Yes, he's a rookie, but instead of drafting a guy that you have no idea what he's going to end up as, right? And that's the concern that I have. Is that how is that guy going to turn? Maybe the guy they draft is going to be good, but I don't know.
Yeah. You also kind of have to when it comes to young quarterbacks, right? I probably can mention 8 to 10 quarterbacks that have benefited when you go get a proven commodity. Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, obviously Mahomes had Kelsey and obviously had Hill, right? Like there's no elite quarterback or someone that develops into elite quarterback without adding a proven commodity, right? Like you kind of have to do it, and
great point.
It's going to cost, right? Good players cost money, right? And the Patriots have money to spend. They're one of the few teams that have legit money to spend, but who knows? That's probably gonna be my final thoughts tonight, just because the Bills did absolutely nothing today. Oh, they didn't do absolutely nothing. Look, the first trade back, I don't get. The second trade back makes sense to me, right? Like, I think at that point, trade back. They didn't if they didn't want Leggett, clearly. If they wanted him, they would have just took him. They didn't want him. You get an extra 5th rounder, whatever that turns into. Now the Bills have a ton of day 3 picks. Obviously now they have a more busier night than heading into tonight. The Bills had pick 60. That's all they had on Friday night. Right. Now they have 33, 60, and I think it was 95. I believe it was 95. So now I have a little bit of busier Friday night. And then
I've said from the beginning that I love the top 100 in this draft.
Okay.
And if they didn't like what was there for them, and getting more top 100 talent is a smart thing.
Yeah.
I
think. Yeah. So we'll see.
I should be happier. We got our quarterback of the future.
Yeah, and that's honestly that's what it comes down to, right? We got the quarterback. I think, and I don't know this for sure, I think the Patriots probably wanted to move back up because there were wide receivers that they liked, that they wanted to get, and they just never, did it. So, it is what it is. And again, like we talked about with Spence, like maybe the Bills wanted to move up into the top 10 to get a guy, and they just couldn't get it done. Right. And so, and that's the way it goes, right?
They didn't have enough capital in
second, maybe, round. But then again, also it ends up where it's like, well, if I'm the Bears, I'm not trading 9.
No,
I understand. Maybe I could get 28 in the first round next year, but I can get Rome Odunze. Why the hell am I going to pass that up? You know what I mean?
You're also moving back to 28. which is not an easy.
That's the other part of it.
The Bills aren't picking at 18 or even 15 or 16.
No, you should be most pissed off that they did this with Kansas City.
That's the biggest. If they did it with anybody else, not named the Chiefs, if they did it with you guys, I would have. Yeah, I still would have been. Look, it's division, and it probably would have burned you a little more because obviously you got to win your division first before you think about other stuff.
But the Patriots aren't in position to win the division next year.
No, that is
you
correct.
know what I mean? The Chiefs got better now, which sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hopefully Xavier Worthy's a bust. That would be awesome. Now I'm actively rooting for this kid to be terrible, which is unfortunate because I kind of like him. I like his
you're not going to hell for that.
That's true.
Yeah, right.
That's true. So now I got to root for Drake May a little too, just because I like Drake May coming out.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that. You know what I mean?
I just want to give out a shout out to everybody across the pond who stuck with us all night long.
Yes.
You know, that was really it's after 5 o'clock in the morning, and some of these guys over there were just phenomenal. I'm sorry, Pat. I know you probably wanted to do that too.
No, I appreciate it, man.
That's, everybody that was in the chat all night, but you guys that were over there in England that tuned in and kept the chat going all night long. You made some great points, and I know you've been sucking down coffee.
Yes. And listen, we're going to be tomorrow. There's going to be all sorts of stuff going on the Press Pass YouTube channel. John and Mike Cadlick, who, by the way, Mike Cadlick got let go from WEI. CLNS scooped him right up for draft coverage, so he's going to be with us doing draft coverage. And Taylor Kyles and maybe even some other guests are going to be live tomorrow night during the draft. Matt and I are going to do some instant reaction podcast. That's going to be on our Pats Nation Network YouTube channel. And we're also going to release those as episodes. We're also, because we're complete lunatics, Matt and I are going to do a quick 20-minute breakdown of round one and release that as a podcast in the morning because we're completely insane. And so we'll have that for you as a podcast in the morning. We're also going to chop this up and release it as podcast over hopefully maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens, but certainly soon if it's not tomorrow.
And anybody who wants to check me out, I'll be on Locked On Patriots right after this. Mike will probably have that up. Mike Debate, who was in earlier, will probably have that up on the Locked On network that tomorrow morning sometime.
Love it. Oh, I have some breaking news. Bill Belichick every Monday on the Pat McAfee show. Oh my God. That's
going to be something
incredible.
Much better. Hopefully.
I'd rather listen to him than Aaron Rodgers because at least we'll talk about football for 10 minutes.
I would rather listen to Bill Belichick talk about the history of long snappers for 4 hours than whatever Aaron Rodgers has to say.
That's correct. That is correct.
Aaron Rodgers give me some random conspiracy theory. I don't know.
Yeah,
probably not true.
Yeah, I know, right?
Go back in your cave and take a fucking bath. Sorry, I made it all this way without an F-bomb. I'm sorry.
4.5 hours though. 4.5 hours. Jesus Christ!
Wow.
Peter, are you doing any Bills coverage people should check out?
Yeah, I'm jumping on the Built in Buffalo Network, who I create content for my shows every Tuesday. But I'm hopping on for about 30 minutes tomorrow night from 8 to 8:30. When I thought maybe it wasn't going to be that busy, but now I'm going to be obviously 7 o'clock the draft starts. But I'll be breaking down pick hopefully 33, and they might just keep moving back. But hopefully pick 33, and then obviously into pick 60. So you can check that out. Just type in Built in Buffalo, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to head out, guys. I appreciate you guys having me for the second year in a row. So I really appreciate it.
Seeing you again.
Yeah, you too, guys. Have a good one.
See you, Peter.
Thanks, you too, man. Take care. All right, that was great. Thank you, everyone who stuck around.
Thank you guys for having me.
And, Murf, you made it all the way through, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on. We love doing this with you. Love having you on the show, and
can't wait for next year.
It was great. That was awesome.
Don't be such a stranger. Call anytime.
I know we gotta have you on the show too in a normal non-4.5 hour show.
There you go.
Have you on again. All right.
And then there were 2.
Yeah, we're out of here. All right, we're gonna end this stream and start another one. And we're just gonna do a quick 20-minute breakdown. If you're still watching the Press Pass YouTube, you can stay on here. We'll go from there. And Murf was the star of the night, according to DJ Daniel.
I think it's Drake May, but Murf is a close number 2.
Yeah, I agree. Drake May star of the night. Murf close second. Certainly on here he was the star of the night. But yeah. So anyways, So that's what we got. So thank you so much for coming through for the stream. It's the 4th year in a row we've done it. It's been, I absolutely love it. It's my favorite night of the year. It's so much fun. And Patriots only made one pick, but it was a heck of a pick. It was a heck of a pick. And I like it a lot. And so we'll see what happens. Now they just got to get some weapons for him or someone to protect him. Actually, let me rephrase that. They need to get some weapons for him and someone to protect him. And so hopefully that will happen tomorrow night. And listen, at 34, I think they're looking wide receiver. And but you know, we'll see what happens there. So anyways, we're gonna save that for the wrap up. So thank you everyone. We appreciate it. We love you guys so much. I mean, again, a ton of people in the chat. We appreciate that. And we're gonna come back on for like another 20 minutes for just a quick round 1 recap. And again, Dan, I will reach out to you about getting you that hat as well. So thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Hey, it's going to save me $17 on the shipping. Appreciate that. That's nice. So,
Damn Europeans.
But thanks, everyone. We appreciate it. Love you guys. And we'll be back with a ton of shows this weekend as well, giving you nonstop graph coverage all weekend long. And that's it. Take care, guys.